To the steams for this year's Catchment Data and Evidence Forum and CaSTCo conference. I'm Michelle Walker, and this is Dave Johnson. We are technical directors at the Rivers Trust. And just a bit of housekeeping for those who are in the room today. There are no fire alarms planned, so if we do hear one, it's real. So please proceed out the front doors as you point to the road. And the toilets are off down the corridor over there. We've got teas and coffees outside.
Keep going, yeah, just keep going.
I'm just going to put the slides. So we're going to kick off with a bit of an intro to the day and to the Catchment Data User Group itself. Sorry, Glenn. Okay, so the Catchment Data User Group has been going for over a decade. It's a cross-sectoral working group that works with the catchment-based approach and supports all of those partnerships, and is really about bringing people together to support developing an evidence base that can underpin all of the collaborative action that we're trying to do in catchments to fix the many problems that we hear about all the time. And we've been running a sort of annual forum get-together as well as the meetings that we have for the last 6 years. And this is the history. The first one was in Birmingham, not too far from here, actually. And each year we've been growing in terms of the attendance. We try and pick a theme each year and really use that engagement and discussion and the sort of hive mind to move forward our thinking each year and to really sort of shape the technical support programme that our technical team in the Rivers Trust provides to the 100-odd catchment partnerships, things like the CABA data package and things like that. So it's a really important forum for helping to shape that. And what we wanted to do was just kind of run through some of the key things that the forum's achieved over the last few years since we've been pulling all of your thoughts together. So one of the key things that the Catchment Data User Group does is really help us to identify the most useful data and evidence that can underpin that collaborative action. So, things like identifying data that isn't currently open that we want to get access to, and helping us sort of identify data sets and tools that are out there that others would find useful. And what we do in the technical team of the Rivers Trust is we pull all of that data and evidence together and we publish it in a big data set called the CABA data package. And originally that was a desktop tool that we provided to people as a data download. Now it's an online data set, and we've got the CABA Data Hub. If you haven't used it yet, I do encourage you to go there to find it on the catchment-based-approach.org website. And really, we're sort of building on that all the time. So last year's forum, we ran jointly with Durham University and the SciMap user group. So really, it's about not just taking data that others have produced, but starting to use decision support tools and models and getting those into people's hands and upskilling people so that they can use the information to inform their decisions on the go. And this year, we've been working with the DEFRA Data Services platform team. We can hear from Adrian later. And that's really about helping to shape the way that government shares information and representing end user needs and making sure that we can get the best out of all of that information that underpins what we're doing. So recently we celebrated the 10th anniversary of the catchment-based approach. We had a conference at Fishmongers Hall in London, and Minister Rebecca Powell in her keynote and most of the other speakers throughout the day acknowledged the importance of that shared evidence base of the CABA data package and how it really underpins the work of identifying what the issues are, getting agreements, and coming together to collaborate and agree the action that we need to take at catchment scale. So what has the forum achieved over recent years? Well, in 2021, we started to explore how we can align CABA more closely with the local nature recovery strategy and some of the work that Natural England are doing the nature recovery networks, and the coastal and estuarine partnerships, because they all need a strong evidence base, and we don't want to end up with different evidence bases throughout all of those networks. We're working hard to try and bring things together. What we are doing now is we are getting representatives onto all of the working groups and trying to get some more join up between what's going on in CaSTCo and what's going on in some of these other networks. Recently we started engaging with the natural capital and ecosystem assessment pilots, which we'll hear more about later as well. And a key thing is that we are now incorporating some of those data sets into the CABA data package, so that we have that join up between the two, that we are all planning our actions on the same data and evidence. And a really key development that this forum initiated back in 2019, our conference was in Bristol Zoo, very exciting, and we heard from the Chesapeake Monitoring Cooperative in the USA about how they had coordinated and standardised citizen science approaches. And we're integrating this local community data into statutory decision making. The forum discussed and voted to work towards the idea of setting something up similar here. So the idea of the Catchment Monitoring Cooperative was born, and we established a working group, and we started working towards some bids. We were writing funding bids wherever we could see opportunities. But one of those, the Offshore Innovation Fund bid, was successful. That was back in 2021. And this has led to the CaSTCo project, or Catchment Systems Thinking. So it's broadened out beyond a citizen science framework to a much bigger thing. We're going to be hearing a lot more about that today. But just a quick intro to CaSTCo. So the problem that CaSTCo is trying to solve, and I've set timing on my slide, so you're not going to see that quick that. We've got a very messy picture of citizen science and local evidence across the country, and it's very hard to get that into the hands of decision makers. So this is what CaSTCo is trying to do. It's trying to streamline that process from gathering the local evidence, making it available, stamping it with known quality, and putting it in the hands of decision makers and feeding it into decision support tools. And really integrating citizen science with other tiers of information so that we can add it to that weight of evidence approach that we need to do. And that you'll hear more about later, so I won't say too much now, but I'm going to hand over to Dave to talk a bit more about some of the things the forum has achieved and what our theme must be today.
Thanks, Michelle. So then, I mean, the next one I was going to go on to was this, connecting communities with nature and providing sort of health and wellbeing benefits. So in, I think it was 2020, we had Ribble Rivers Trust and processing all the data from the health authorities and visualised it so that we could actually see where we could get the best benefit. And then the next step was to incorporate that data into the CABA data package. So the CABA data package keeps on growing and incorporating the extra evidence. And we also had a talk at that conference from Derby University about nature connectedness. And we began to understand the kind of importance of that concept in terms of pro-environmental behaviour. And that then kind of led on to 3 years of working really with Natural England, working with their team, developing that sort of blue-green infrastructure data. And we've got to talk about that from Josh later on today. And we also, it led on to collaboratively designing the Big River Watch app, which over nearly 6,000 citizen scientists joined this year. So you can see that sort of progression, and it all starts here at the conference really, where we get that hive mind. Well, this is this year's kind of focus, which is about mainstreaming citizen engagement with the environment. And one of the things that has become very apparent to us over the years is that there's kind of two communities that we're not engaging with as well as we should do if we want to have the impact we want to. One of them is engineers, and the others, sort of minority groups, because the environmental sector is one of the least diverse sectors in the professional in the country. So I think we started working with Birmingham University here, which is one of the more diverse universities in the country. We went to their kind of career fair a few years back and sort of presented on careers in the environment, and then that led on to taking on an intern. Nabil actually worked with us on the Big River Watch, and then this last year we've started working with the engineering department on their engineering endeavours. And what we wanted was to work with a group of over 100 engineers and kind of introduce them to CaSTCo and ask them to design and build, monitor for soil health. But what we realised at the same time was that kind of as we sort of were talking to the guys, was that from the engineering point of view, the world has changed. Engineers need more of these skills now, and that's something that Laura's going to talk about, because we suddenly began to realise that the skills that engineers have traditionally had, they need to gain more this kind of ability to collaborate and so forth. So before I hand over to Laura, who's deputy head of the department here, I think it's just worth going back to that kind of, the whole point of this forum is to share the developments that have happened over the last year, build this wider community, and really kind of put data and evidence in the hand of communities, because that's when the real change happens. And as we go through the day, if you've got any questions and so forth, you can join this slider, then we can submit your questions, and then we can deal with them as we go through the day. Right, thank you.
Welcome to Birmingham City University, welcome to Steam House, and particularly welcome to the College of Engineering. I'm Laura Leyland, I'm the Deputy Head of College here, and I am thrilled to welcome you all here today. So why are we here, and why are we all part of this conversation? At a time of global challenges, the climate emergency emerging from the pandemic impact, which is scarring so many of us, an ageing population, challenges with transport, challenges with energy. Who's going to solve these problems? This is a challenge that we set ourselves. The world needs creative problem solvers. The world needs engineers who can look at problems differently, who think differently, who look differently, that can find new approaches to dealing with these big challenges that we find ahead of us. So our job here as academics is to equip our students with the skills, competencies and behaviours, and particularly the confidence to be able to communicate those in the journey towards making the world a better place. We can only do that through working really closely with industry, through our partners, to understand exactly what your needs are, to work closely with our students and understand what their needs are. So I'm so thrilled to be here with you guys today. So a little bit about who we are and how we work here. In the College of Engineering, we offer traditional undergraduate and MSc programmes in mechanical, automotive, electronics engineering. We support biomedical, civils and manufacturing engineering, as well as MScs in project management and logistics and supply chain. That's what everybody else does too, yeah. So we do traditional engineering, apart from we deliver it slightly differently. We're part of this global framework called CDIO, Conceive, Design, Implement, Operate. So we teach engineering by doing engineering. So our engineers, of course, need the fundamental science and they need the fundamental math, because we need those to be able to solve problems. But if we can't apply them and actually do the engineering, then it's not going to be useful. So our students have their math modules, they have their science modules, and then they're practicing them in a project. The students will have at least 7 opportunities to practice this throughout their course. So yes, they get to practice I'm going to build a roller coaster, so I understand something about roller coaster physics and I understand the maths. But I've also now learned some stuff in my first few weeks of my course about getting on with people, conflict management, project management, communication skills, what to do when it all goes wrong, who to communicate with, what do I do when everybody else only wants to work at 3 o'clock in the morning. All those really important skills, the employability skills, the stuff that we call soft skills that are really hard. So they get many, many opportunities to practice those. So we have students by the end of their course with the confidence to be able to communicate as well as to be able to solve those problems. So the power of this approach of all of these practical projects is when we can embed those practical projects with industry and have industry embedded in those projects. That makes it a really very real, vibrant experience for students. It also gives an opportunity for industry to engage with people who think differently, who look differently, to find different solutions to problems that might be sticky problems that we're looking for a different approach for. And this is where we're really thrilled to be working with the Rivers Trust in our module Leading Engineering Endeavours, a case study of one of these projects that Mark will be going into more detail about later on in the day. The traditional placement opportunity at the end of the second year of your course is still what we call the gold standard placement and work experience opportunity for students. It's not available to all of our students. Many of them have got all kinds of experiences around the outside. They come from the poorest populations in the UK. They've got caring responsibilities. They've got families that are working many hours as well as needing to get their degrees done because they've got other things that they need to get on with their lives. So how can we bring that real industry employability skills to the students that don't have the opportunity to take a year away to go and do this? By bringing industry into the classroom so they've got a bit of an idea of the context of different backgrounds and what's going on, as well as giving them the confidence to be able to have those conversations. So we have opportunities to engage with industry at all levels of our courses. So we run foundation years for people that maybe changed their idea. They suddenly decided that engineering was a good idea, so something's working, or maybe A-levels or BTECs didn't go as they planned. So we have foundation years right the way through to our masters, through to PhDs. So these projects sit within all of our courses, so there's lots of opportunities for engaging with industry, as well as some more traditional, as you would expect. We have the technology transfer projects and our research projects that are also running alongside that. There are many opportunities to engage with a really diverse cohort of students and people that think differently about the world. I keep being surprised by the way in which our students think differently about the world. If we were at the fashion school, at the end of the year, you would expect us to have a fashion show and we'd be demonstrating all the dresses that we've made and the hats, and everybody would understand what we're doing. But we have much, much cooler stuff to show them that. We have all of these projects that our students have been working on, and we celebrate it at this fantastic event at the end of the year called Innovation Fest. And I would like to invite you all to come and join us at Innovation Fest if you would like to. So you've got a hashtag there, if2024, and we'll make sure that you get information about it. And it's running from the 20th to the 24th of May. So this is our celebration event for the whole faculty. So our faculty is computing, engineering, and the built environment. So all of these students have been working on projects at all different levels of their courses, and the work happens here in this amazing building. The students will be here. They'll be presenting their projects to industry with industry mentors. Academics will be here. Keynote speakers will be coming in. Industrial speakers will be here. The students get opportunities to practice having these really scary conversations with grown-ups that know stuff about the projects that they're working on. That's a really scary thing when you're 18 and somebody's talking to you about things. How else can we give our students the confidence to be able to go out there and get those jobs? So this opportunity this week happens. Really interesting conversations are happening here in this space with the research groups, as well as with all the academics, employers in industry. So if you would like to come along, you're invited as a guest, but also if you'd like to come along and get involved as a mentor or a judge or have a stand and come and talk to our students, you're very welcome to come and do that as well. You hear again, please. So who are we? We currently have 1,300 students in the College of Engineering. Right now, as the rest of the world, we are going through change. What a fantastic opportunity we have.
We're currently recruiting 23 new academics as we're growing in our college. We have a very diverse student and staff community, which we're really proud of, which gives us a really interesting view of the world. We have a brand new Vice Chancellor here at Birmingham City University, David Ember, and he's a mechanical engineer. How fantastic is that for the College of Engineering? So as our opportunity to be able to really grow and develop into the space that we want to be filling here. We've just had new structures within the university. We've now become a College of Engineering, so we're a body in our own right. So we've got all of the ingredients that are all coming in for a really exciting period of growth. As part of this, our future is green, it's smart, it's sustainable. We're going to be focusing on those global environmental challenges, Industry 4.0, electrification, alternative energy, digital twins. It's vital to us that we embed employability throughout our curriculum. We can only embed employability throughout our curriculum if we're giving our students what you're going to need. And we can only give our students what you need if we work with you and understand what it is that you're going to need. So what are our students going to need in the next few years? What are we going to need in 2030? What is the world going to need in 2030 from these creative problem solvers who think differently? Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your support of the college, and thank you particularly for your support of our students. I hope you have a fantastic day. Thank you, Laura, and thank you so much for hosting us here today at Birmingham City University. It's the Steam House is a really amazing building. I've been here before, and I would really urge all of you, any of you, if you have a moment to go and peer in some of the windows. Those labs are just truly inspirational, and you will kind of fingers itching wanting to get in there, making some things. But anyway, we're kicking off today with the first session, which is why we need collaborative approaches. Collaboration is really at the heart of everything that goes on in CABA and CaSTCo that Michelle started introducing you to. Benefits lead to increased innovation, problem solving, increased efficiency in processes and better communication, but it's not easy. It requires us to listen, to be flexible and to compromise, to cede a bit of control and be open to suggestions and ideas. But I think that's why we're all here. We want to be open and we want to listen and learn and work together to work, all of us, towards improving the state of our rivers. So the first of our sessions, I'm going to introduce you now to our 5 speakers. We'll move on to questions. The 5 speakers will all speak, and then we'll move on to a Q&A session at the end. So the first speaker will be Karen Kramer-Wilson from Natural England. She'll be followed by Adrian Brindley from DEFRA. Then we'll have Melissa Tallock from Northumbrian Water talking about the Stream Aqua Innovation Project. Matt Fry from UKCH talking about data sharing, and Kat Cavanagh from Water Rangers about breaking down barriers. So without further ado, I think our first speaker is Karen Kramer-Wilson. Thank you. Can you hear me? I'm facing the microphone. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, everybody. It's really wonderful to be here. I can't thank you enough for the opportunity to talk about a massive program that's going on in Natural England called the Natural Capital and Ecosystem Assessment Program. Don't worry if you haven't heard of it. It was the worst kept secret for a very long time, and we're still trying to tell people in Natural England who we are and what we do. If I can make it. There we go. So really what we're trying to do is, of course, what all of us are trying to do is monitor change, but we're really trying to get to the heart of changing the way we monitor rules. Much of what is behind the efforts that you've already been hearing about and that you're hearing more about. So just to say, completely agree with you all here. It's a fantastic time to take a look at how we've been doing things and how we might improve the way we are doing things moving forward. So I should say a bit about myself. My title now is a principal advisor for, what is it now? Data engagement and mobilization. I'm basically the data strategist for the Natural Capital and Ecosystem Assessment Program within Natural England. My background is wild and varied. I'm an entomologist, I'm an agronomist. I established and ran community science programs in North America, as you might have guessed. already figured out I'm not from around here, but I've been here about 10 years, and really it was a privilege to come to the UK because I had heard for many years about the amazing community and volunteer efforts, the history of that in the UK, and in fact modeled some of the programs I established after the methods and the approaches that had been established in England 100 years prior. So you can ask me more about why the heck I'm standing here if you're interested, but anyway. So the NCA is, as I say, it's a massive, our head of science said this is the most comprehensive, ambitious attempt at monitoring the natural environment that Natural England has ever undertaken. So just to give you the context of the pilots I'm going to talk about, this sits within a pretty significant program of monitoring, everything from established mapping approaches and improving those to going out in the field and taking new data to engaging with the community that supplies so much of our data. So, of course, our ambitions are the same as yours: informative, intelligent, and accessible data. And when we say data, we do mean a whole lot of things, all kinds of data. You know, what do we need to do? Where do we need to do it? What are the pressures and drivers that we need to understand? What is the geological and climate data that we need to have a grasp on in order to do this? And much of that is being translated or explored about how we might translate that into tools and data sets and all sorts of products that will help others, help us to work for a better environment and a better situation out there. So significant undertaking. And it goes everything from national to local. We'll talk about that more in just a moment here. So in Natural England, this is a cross-DEFRA project, but just to give you a brief overview of Natural England's, sorry to make sure I don't run over time here for you guys. We've got 5 major projects. Now this has gone through a few evolutions, but we do have one that is comprehensive for a bunch of mapping and Earth observation products. And some of these are things you may be familiar with, that we're in serious need of an infusion of expertise, investment, things like our priority habitats inventory and our Living England product that really needed to be brought up to snuff and fit for purpose for a lot of these big policy changes that are coming along. We have the England Peat Map, which is a very ambitious project in and of itself. I mentioned a moment ago the field data collection, which is soils, habitats, landscape. That's what we call our England Ecosystem Survey project. Citizen science, which I'm going to focus on in just a moment here. But functionally, one of the teams I work most closely with is this data mobilization management, analysis, and integration group. And that covers all of this in one core team. So we have a big job. Many of the things that were mentioned earlier are where we like to sit and live, which is about how do you access historic data? How do you make future data more accessible? How do you make these data sets such that they can be more interoperable? How do we work just fundamentally toward fair data principles, or Q there, quality, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable, just fundamentals of good data management, acquisition, and use. So I have the luxury of having a team that sits across all of these areas, including analysts, including data managers, and people that go out and talk to our national schemes and our local schemes. So we work with the NBN, the National Biodiversity Network. We work with ALERC, the Association for Local Environmental Record Centers. We work with some big people like Butterfly Conservation Trust, the SBI, Botanical Society for Britain and Ireland. So looking at what are the holdings. In fact, Rachel Wade from my team has worked with the Rivers Trust in getting some of the data sets there for some of our big projects. More to be done, always open to that conversation, but just to understand the context. Sitting in the front of that now, that's really kicking off. This is what you guys really want to hear about. This is our citizen science project, and it's really kicking into high gear now. And it's coming at a time when nature conservation science and policy is really shifting. If you think about some of our original programs, our SSSI programs, environmental, we had a lot of focus on features and certain sites. But what we're really moving to, rightly so, is whole system function. So hence natural capital. Really understanding in a much larger scale how all these things work together and how those could be sustainable, and also move at a pace that allows us to address the crises at hand. We've got to pick up the pace, and we have to think more holistically. We're not a big island. I know it feels big sometimes, but we're really not. So we have to think collectively. So This is the way it's moving, which is fantastic, and this is what the citizen science group has really been honing in on. How do we engage more effectively as a DEFRA body with this participatory science and evidence base? So we know we have fantastic national teams. We know we have incredibly active and engaged local stakeholders. What's the link between those two? How in an area do you tell people to engage, considering all the opportunities that there are? There's thousands of opportunities to engage with community science and monitoring. How do people hone that effort? Where do they find it? If I walked up and said, I'd like to do some monitoring in my area, how the heck do I find what's going on? And how do I know that what I'm collecting nationally as local application, or what I'm collecting locally as a national application? So how do we do that? How to survey? So first of all, what are the survey frameworks we need? We're looking at everything from urban to rural to water. So across all these different water categories. And understanding how is really important. What are the protocols if you're trying to get certain results? What should you pick up? What are the tools? And we're creating something we call the library of tools. And I'm one of the librarians, if you will. So looking at curating, and it's not about creating new things necessarily. It's about understanding what others like yourselves are doing and where you can point to that. So a lot of common terminology that we've all come to at the same time. I always laugh when I go, oh, look, hubs. Thank you. Well, gee, we're all saying the same thing. But yeah, so how do you hand people things that are ready to go, that they can pick up? Or what things have good parts to them, but actually are a little weaker in other spots? What can we do to bring those along? So we've got some really ready to make, ready to go, fantastic things that people can pick up depending upon what they're trying to, get to. How do you coordinate that? That's the other key. I mentioned a moment ago, as we all know, there's so many options and opportunities for people to get engaged. How do you bring that together? Next. So, kicking off finally at long last, this has been a long time coming. We do now have our first 2 collaborative pilots kicking off in a couple of areas. We're looking to expand those over the next 15 months. But what we're hoping to get to is something where we are convening and collaborating, coordinating those efforts that I was mentioning, and we'd like to engage participation. And again, this is where all of you come in. How do we bring that together in critical areas and coordinate? And as importantly, what do we then tell DEFRA and government? This is where you should invest. If you invest here, you're going to get the best bang for your buck, and people are going to be able to take part in something that's meaningful and collaborative, and we know what it's informing. So just kicking off after a very long run into it, and we've always known that the great work that you guys are doing here is kicking along, so it's a perfect time to come together. I know we've been collaborating on a number of things, but just to say these are finally kicking off. I will be happy to take questions when we're up at the panel about this and see if I can give you more detail. But that's the context of the work, and that's the ambition of the work. So thank you very much for the opportunity to come and present that.
Thank you. Morning. Thanks for inviting me here. I'm going to be presenting to you about the data service platform, DSP. My name is Aidan Brindley, and I'm the head of data access services now. I no longer own the library, but I do still own our data services platform and our geospatial services. That includes our kind of open data and our internal data that we have across DEFRA. So I work within DDTS, which is the Digital Data Technology Services division. So essentially I own that kind of technology, which gives you the access to our data. So I'm going to cover what the data services platform is, what data we publish and make available to you. And I'm going to give you an example of an application that we hold on the DST. And going to talk through our new and improved data services platform and what's still to come in that space. And I'm going to talk about how we can work better together. Questions, I think, are going to be on slide 8, but please do throw any questions in there. So I'm going to start with what data services platform is. This is essentially our platform to share our environmental data openly. It means that we fulfill our obligations to open data and by regulation and meet our commitment to share and support the data for environmental improvement and other outcomes that we have. We get around 1.8 billion hits per year on the data services platform, so pretty significant. It's a pretty busy platform. We host lots of data on there. It's historically always been environmental data, but we're actually trying to open it up to other data sets that we can get on there, just to have a single point of access to our data for our customers. We've recently undergone a transition from one vendor to another and re-platformed the DSP. So the new platform supplier is CaSTCo, and they've subcontracted an element of it to a UK agri-tech company called Agrimetrics, and we'll use some of their software. So what are the core services? Well, our key and primary role of DSP is to provide spatial and non-spatial data services. And that includes, as I've said, the environmental data, but we're also looking at other data sets that we can put on there. We also provide linked data services, which are expanding over the next few months. And we have a new and improved metadata catalog to help with data discovery. We also hold a number of applications, so I'll talk through some of those on the latest slide. And we have a new IT service management to help fix any of the issues that you might come across or to get feedback for improvement. So, whose data do we publish? Well, if you have a look on that slide, there's a number of different organisations from across the DEFRA group, and we're trying to increase that data that we have, those data holders that we have on there. So we've just had that brief from Council for Ecosystem Assessment. We're hoping to bring that data on in due course. And we're also hoping to bring in biodiversity net gain. Moving on to an example of an application. This is the Catchment Data Explorer, which I'm sure some of you are familiar with. This is a really good application that we utilise on the DSP, and I've taken a little example here of an area near where I live, so the River Frey between Rockton and Erie, and it gives you a really good understanding of the classification of the quality of the river in terms of ecological and chemical classification. And it's really interesting. I mean, I'm a rower, recently started rowing, and for me, it's really interesting to see that the kind of quality of the river that I'm rowing on. Don't plan on calling in anytime soon. Sorry. But we have other applications on the DSP. So we have bathing water quality information, which you can go on and have a look at. And we also have the hydrology application, which gives you kind of river flow measurements as well as the rainfall measurements, which are really interesting. Please do go on that, go on there, have a look at the applications that are available, have a look at the data that's available. So as I've already said, we have recently re-platformed the data services platform. We put it into a new cloud-hosted environment in Azure. That basically means that we're not going to have any kind of outages for looking at the platform, updating it, any issues. That's all now covered by Microsoft, which is great. We also moved into an open source software that through the Agrimetrics team. They have their own software that they created for the bulk of our kind of they call it data marketplace. We utilise GeoServer for provision of geospatial data. And then we have a new metadata catalog, which is really a new metadata catalog, newly improved, and will help with data discovery. We're hoping to kind of use that as our kind of core data catalog, or certainly link to that enterprise catalog that we're due to build across Century. This will be a central component to that. We also have a new service desk, so your kind of service requirements will be met a lot quicker. We have a real proactive team looking at that and looking to improve things. There's still a lot to come. We've got the project running until spring, and with that, we're looking at a few new capabilities. The first one is the Open Geospatial Consortium API. Now, the Open Geospatial Consortium, for those of you who don't know, a group of private and public organisations, as well as geospatial technology enthusiasts, who come together to agree open standards across the globe. They created the kind of WMS API, for those of you who know about those, but they're now a bit outdated. So they're releasing a new one. There's a new one already out there. There's more coming in the new year. We're looking to integrate those with DSP. I'm really quite excited about that. I think we should add a lot of functionality to those APIs. You should be able to get a bit more out than the other ones that come back later. We're also going to explore into data visualization, what we can do with DSP other than the application. I'm really keen to get feedback from you in the audience, so please catch me or feedback in. But I want to be involved in visualize the data from to help you look at the data that you need, utilize, and anything else you want. We also have a lot of feedback over the summer, particularly Rivers Trust drove home that the removal of the every back end has essentially meant that there's going to be a lot of issues with buying data by yourselves and retrieving the data. That's due to the difference in functionality between every and the web services. So we brought a project team together through a vendor. Their capture requirements working really closely with the Rivers Trust, as well as the data required to group to capture any issues that we've got, understand which data set is affected, and the best way to move forward. That project we will deliver a report in January, which we will then respond and make a decision on a solution. That should get us through a delivery by the end of March. And we've extended the current Esri data services through to the end of April next year. So it gives us a little bit of time to transition. We're trying to minimise any impact to the users with that. That's certainly our ambition. There we're going to meet the capture project comes out in January before we make any announcements on this year. We're also going to align with cross-government data marketplace, and the key one there is the Chief Digital Data Office are currently running a proof of concept, which better is one of the we're hoping to connect the data services platform to that to share data across government more easily. So how can we work better together? Well, certainly one of the things that I noticed when I first came in is that we have a register for our users, but we didn't really know who our kind of key users were, and I want to really drive an improvement in that register so that we can understand your needs better and also communicate better going forwards. So we can hopefully track what it is that you're utilising and communicate any changes to those in good time, help you improve and going forward. But we also want to make sure that we're engaging with you more regularly. Certainly, I've built a pretty good relationship with members in the Rivers Trust, Annika and Alison. We meet fortnightly, and I certainly will continue that after when we finish this project to ensure that we keep improving our delivery and our service to all of you. We're also going to publish more data. So we're going to publish our essential shared data in line with our government guidelines. And I've also already mentioned about other key data sets. So the NCEA data, but also the biodiversity data. And there's two ways we can do that. One, you can catch me today while I'm here. So please do catch me at lunchtime. And also you can provide it through the GSP support page. And I'll put a little link on that slide for you to share the slides around later. It's everything for me. I'll just put on my details, my role there, but also email addresses that you can send feedback into. Or through the GSP support page. But yeah, thank you.
It's very tricky because I talk with my hands, so I said I'm going to have to clamp this thing to my chest and stay close to this. So let me know if you can't hear me at the back. So I'm here to talk to you about Stream. Just a quick check in the room. Has anybody actually heard of Stream? Oh, excellent. That's good. That's a good start. About half of you. So Stream is a collaboration with the water companies in the UK to facilitate the opening up of water company data, but also the connection to other water-related data sets. So I'm going to take you through a little bit of background to Stream, but also what Stream is, where it's at, and how you can get involved. So all of the data that resides within a water company is generated by the operation of a water company, sits on this spectrum somewhere. So this is the open data spectrum, which we've worked with the Open Data Institute to make it more relevant to water. So it goes from data we will never release because of the huge sensitivity through to data that we will open quite freely without any obligation on the user to be constrained by any shape or form, and everything in between. So there are shared instances where we will share data with authorised users, but actually we want to be moving more to this end of the spectrum. So the question we're asking ourselves is how can we open up data, but how can we open up data safely? So the Stream initiative is all core of the water companies in the UK. It's very well supported by the water companies and has been since 2020, which is when the first conversation started about open data. A few interested companies came together and said, we think we should be opening up more data to support transparency, trust and innovation. And so the conversation started then. We've spent most of the time since then securing funding to actually do something about that, do something with those ideas that we generated. But thankfully, we had secured delivery funding earlier this year, and we've been busy since mid-August actually delivering on that. So I'll come on to what we're actually delivering in a second. We're supported by some really good. It's just over 4 million for a two-year period. So we're supported by some excellent partners with a long track record in opening up data in other sectors. So Icebreaker One got a lot of track record in opening up data in finance and in energy. And so bringing all of that experience into the water sector has been invaluable.
And then we're supported with the Open Data Institute as another example to make sure we're doing it in a way that reflects best practice. So, what is Stream? So Stream is designed to speak both individual and collective data publication. By individual publication, we mean that each water company will publish data independently according to their own regional priorities. Collective publication is where a group of companies come together to publish a cross-company data set. Stream supports both of these scenarios, not a case of either or and. The data being published can be either open or shared in nature, so it covers all scenarios in that respect. So if we start with individual company publication of data, individual water companies will publish data to support their own regional priorities and the needs of their own ecosystem of users. So individual water companies can publish data to their own website, or they can publish directly to Stream. Because from April next year, Stream provides simple means for water companies to publish data and any supporting or contextual information directly to the platform. If companies prefer to publish their own work, and some do, then Stream will simply catalogue that is being published and where it's been published, which will help make that data more findable and accessible without users having to go and search on up to 18 different individual websites. We also connect with catalogues of other data sharing infrastructure, about the data. So that can also be easy searching for the same info, even if the host service. So if we just pause for a moment to clarify on the terminology we're using in Stream, so the scenario where the publisher publishes via data uploads as centralized, and where the publisher publishes sites in catalogue back to publish as decentralized. So Stream's working with individual water companies to agree how to standardise the way the data is described. That's the data about the data, metadata of the data, people in the room, by agreeing to adopt a single industry standard. By doing this, users who want to see data from more than one company will be able to see at a glance whether the individual data sets relate to the same data from within the same time frame, and will be able to search using the metadata to help filter results to the data they're interested in. Stream will also work with the water companies to agree on this plan and set up licenses used to describe whether there are any constraints on the way the data can be used. And the data will be presented with this clearly visible at a glance. Users can also search for data sets published by license type. Stream will put in place tools to help publishing companies decide which license type is the most appropriate based on the use case and the data set. And because we'll standardise on a small range of license types, we minimise the mental friction on the data user in being able to understand whether there are any constraints, and if so, what they are. This will support both open and shared use cases. So Stream has already developed a wide ecosystem of potential users, and some of you may be in the room, and has used this ecosystem to understand their needs and what they're trying to achieve. This has helped to identify a pipeline of valuable use cases and associated data sets for the industry to come together to support. Understanding who's seeking to do what with what data, along with the societal, environmental, and economic value associated with it, is critical in ensuring values returned from the activity of publishing data. To support the ecosystem engagement, Stream will also be launching a website, which will enable users not only to find, understand and access data, but also to respond to challenges that the sector might wish to publish on that website, or special interest articles, blogs or blogs. We might also wish to provide more background to the data sector. There'll also be a community forum, so that users can discuss challenges and data support each other in the use of sector data. And backing this up is a more formal support group for data users where they can ask Stream specific questions about the data or context and make suggestions for how the site or the data or supporting information can be made more useful. We'll also be providing free facility for users to showcase what they've done with the data, not only so that publishing companies can see what value has been created, but also to inspire others, other use cases, help others take someone's openly shared work and branch it off into another direction. Helping users not have to start from scratch each time will accelerate the release of new value and unlock new use cases. And while we're on new use cases, users are also able to complete a short form to share their idea for their use case and request a release of associated data sets.
Value of the use case will be discussed to run the stream membership along with any data risks and mitigations that might be needed, and the use case either placed in the prioritisation queue or the request denied. In the case of a request being denied, clear evidence of why it's been denied is provided back. A register of requests and responses will also be kept so that users can easily see whether something's been previously requested is in the queue, along with where it is in the queue, and they can also potentially add new evidence to the value case to increase its priority, or see why something hasn't been shared in the past. In the case of a shared data scenario, and let's take another project that might have been funded through the Water Breakthrough Challenge, for example, there may be a need to share specific data between specific partners, but no one else. At the moment, each initiative has to stand up its own data sharing infrastructure and legal agreements, and that's the source of cost burden the stream seeks to remove, so that projects and initiatives can focus their time and effort on delivering value. At its heart, Stream provided this scenario through access rights, which can be applied at a very fine grain if necessary, depending on the use case and data set. So publishers are able to publish data sets to a defined set of users and no one else. These users have to register with platforms so their credentials can be verified and access granted according to permissions set by the publisher. We believe just this one feature will prove invaluable for projects where data sharing is necessary. It will also enable companies to routinely publish more sensitive data with trusted third parties, again, taking the strain out of having to stand up and maintain separate data sharing infrastructure. Data shared in this way can either be in the centralised mode or the decentralised mode. So that's an overview of the features that Stream will deliver, but there's more to Stream than just the processing and technology. Stream is also a community itself. The member companies work together and support each other in the business of publishing data, and the sharing of best practice is normal practice. And that means the sector learns how to generate value from data publication much faster, safer, far more cost effectively, which is a good thing for individual companies and their bill paying customers. So just a bit on the delivery approach. We've taken a three-phase approach to the implementation period. We're doing a minimum viable platform release on the 18th of December, and that will release 3 data sets which have been defined as annual performance data tables, a very foundational data set that everybody needs, which is water company boundaries, and domestic water quality data sets. The day one service goes live April, and that'll be on the Enduring platform that we're in the middle of procurement on. And we've shortlisted a set of data sets that we are currently preparing for release in that time frame. We also have a long list of use cases and data sets, but this is really where we want input from the community of users. So we want to know what people want to do with the data that's in a water company. What use cases do you think are valuable for us to consider and release data sets in association with? So I'll put the QR code up there. All the information about what we're doing, we post relatively regularly on there, and certainly we'll be ramping up the frequency of the communication as we go towards the initial go live and then the full go live in April. So please, let us hear your voice. It's really important that we engage with the community of users, and I can see this forum as one of those key uses of the data that we might be considering to publish. And that's it from me. I'm going to hand over to Matt Fry now.
Thanks very much, Melissa. Thomas standing from here. Got very little self-control, so best. Yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks for the invite to talk today. I'm going to be talking about a great title, something that came up at our last CaSTCo workshop, about how we need to make data available. In particular, I'll be thinking about data from citizen science schemes. They came up with this amazing phrase, automated intersharing, how we need to make sure that their data can be shared. Later. And yes, great to follow on from some other great talks about data, and I can link into some of those directly, I hope. So yeah, the particular issue I'm talking about today is the fact that there's a huge amount of citizen science or participatory monitoring, call it, activity out there. There's some great data being collected and increasingly, really incredible sort of scales, both in length of records, spatial coverage, but also spatial kind of intensity of that data. And there's definitely real interest in understanding how the data is used kind of outside of this local context. So those data sets are often, those measurements are often taken for a specific local purpose, for that local group to understand what's happening in their particular water body. But that data is potentially really useful more widely for people to understand what's happening at a larger catchment scale, or national scale. And probably as part of that understanding, it would need to be integrated with data from other kind of schemes that are created at the local level, also integrated with national scale data to understand what that means. But this kind of integration from across these schemes currently very painful, really. It's mostly manual if it's at all possible. And it was great to hear an example from the Deputy Services platform of that Catchment data explorer in particular, of a really fantastically linked data set right up from the spatial data right down to the detailed results in each of the catchments. That's kind of possible when you're managing one of those data sets in one system. But when we've got data managed in lots of different systems, it's even harder. We can't really expect everyone to put the data into the same system. But what we can do is encourage the use of kind of consistent approaches to both the information that's stored, but also the way that that's made available to help with this integration. So some of and this isn't a comprehensive set, but some of the challenges of data integration we have are at the broadest level, just understanding what schemes and data sets that exist out there, understanding where those schemes are actually measuring data, both in the kind of broad area, like which catchments, but also which locations within those catchments, understanding what's actually being recorded, how much data there is there, how that data can be accessed, and then the types of things Melissa was referring to, terms and conditions, what license is that useful for, is that data available under. These are all make integration of that data very, very challenging. So looking at this very first one, first of all, I'm just going to talk about a couple of bits of work that we've done, some of it actually within the context of this NCEA programme, to think about how, and I know David here at the Rivers Trust have been looking at these types of things as well, how we can catalogue these types of information, how we can understand what schemes and data sets there exist, and how we can make that data more commonly accessible. So the first point is about sort of sharing data about citizen science projects, regardless of actually accessing the data. Even just understanding what's being measured and where would be incredibly useful. And we looked across there's kind of US and EU examples of citizen science project catalogues, which help capture this kind of data in a standardized way. So which citizen science schemes exist, where are they based, who runs them, providing contact details and lists of the kind of types of things that are recorded. And that really helps to understand what's out there, basically, what's out there and how to get access to it. And examples here from this sort of CaSTCo project, from the citizenscience.gov US as well. And those projects are all based around a standard set of metadata that describes citizen science schemes. And it's called kind of rather confusingly PPSR core, but you don't need to worry about that. But it's basically lots of those groups got together and decided on a common set of metadata about citizen science schemes that would help people to understand what is being measured and where. So it allows you to pull in that sort of data it allows people who are running those schemes to be able to make those specific bits of information available so that you could look across them consistently, and it allows you to build catalogues of citizen science schemes to kind of understand that. So that's a huge step forward, but it doesn't actually provide access to the data. And in terms of those other challenges, we also looked at these questions about where are those schemes measuring data, what's actually being recorded, and how much data is there. And this is a bit of work that we did with the Environment Agency under the NCEA programme, where we developed just to sort of demonstrate a look at how you could try and integrate data from those different data sets, from some different citizen science data sets. You can see in this list here, as well as some Environment Agency data sets. And these are all sort of river-based monitoring data sets, quality, freshwater biology, and hydrology. So this is actually live. This demonstrator portal. I should stress that it's not, you look at it and you find it's not perfect, but there's also a kind of GitHub of the code that we use to produce the data that underpinned it. So lots of these data sets are actually available online for download, or some of them with APIs, but all in completely different ways. None of them had the information at this most accessible level to allow you to see what data is available across certain areas. I can feed that back to the DEFRA services platform. So what we looked at, we're attempting to bring together data from multiple networks, so both citizen science and regulatory networks. We're trying to provide some clear information on where the measurements are being made specifically, show what the measurements are of and what the actual thing they're measuring is, and then give an idea of how much data there is. So you can see on this portal, we've got a set of fields down the left where we've got all of these different data sets that are listed on the previous page. We've got some kind of summary information about what that data set is, which could be the kind of information you store in a catalogue of citizen science data sets. And then on the map there, we've got locations of points from those selected data sets. Worth noting then, we've got the scale of this, which actually just shows you at the moment roughly the count of the number of samples at each of those sites. So immediately, rather than it just being, a map, an outline of the catchment where some of this monitoring is taking place, and this is Riverfly data, I should say, and that's great. Thanks to the Riverfly partnership for providing the data for this. But you can actually see the locations those measurements are made and an initial view of how much data there is at that particular location. So if you're thinking of taking other measurements or interested in measurements in this particular river system, you can see where there are more or less measurements from each of these different themes. So, back to how we actually pulled that together shortly. So the other next part is we've got a list. We also had a list of all of the different things that were measured for example, in each data set, for example, by Catchment. I can't read that. I think that does something like CaSTCo count. So all of the different variables that are measured, and you can choose each of those and see on the map how many samples there were of that had information relating to that particular variable. So yeah, we can also add additional layers onto this. So they were all identified with different kind of shapes and colors, and you can help to understand where there are data sets from similar types of schemes. So in this case, EA macrovertebrate data sets, nearby Riverfly partnership sites, and again, see how much data there is from those different schemes, those locations. You can select a particular point and summarize the information. And if you can't read that label there, it sort of explains the variable that's being looked at, the start and end dates of the measurements, the number of samples. So it'll immediately give you an idea of the amount of data available at that site. And then for a selected site, we can then pull up the list actually summarizing that information. So it's not access directly to the data itself, but it is summarizing the availability of that, when it starts and when it ends and how much of it there is. So the idea being to bring all that data together to help people understand whether that data is useful for them, where there may be a benefit in acquiring more data potentially, and how much there is across that area. So the final part, I should say, so some of these data were accessible directly via an API, so that you could pull up and plot typically on a kind of graph just to show the overlap, say, in basic visualization, particularly to show the data through time and how it might overlap between different sites. So like I said, this is just to demonstrate how we could basically pre-process data from those streams and store it in a relatively standardized way to help support this type of query and understanding of that data. So we were basically attempting to, we had to process all of those data sets to be able to allow that to happen. So we understood a bit about how they were currently being made available and what we needed to do to standardize them, to make them accessible in this way. As I said, some of them were downloaded, some directly accessed over the web. So we defined this kind of standard format for defining the data availability, which kind of included the scheme name, list of sites within that, the list of variables recorded at each site, and the number of measurements of each variable at each site. And it's worth noting that whilst often sort of standard GIS tools are used for pulling this type of data in, actually representing the data in this way in a GIS, in a standard kind of GIS sort of shapefile would be quite different. So in terms of the lessons from that, yeah, the visualization, the use of that is still quite complex, particularly with a kind of increasingly large number of schemes. There would be a real benefit from these sorts of tools for being able to link to a catalogue of those schemes for sort of wider information. And it was worth noting that in pulling those data sets together, the information on how the measurements were undertaken, the units and things, so some of the other things that are needed to actually integrate are still widely missing. So we've been looking at this through CaSTCo to understand how we can help citizen science groups to understand how they can make their data available, how they can store and manage their data in ways that will make it much more accessible. We've been looking at data management systems. In this context, we're talking about all of these different elements, so both the field collection apps through to the data storage systems at the bottom there, web services to make those accessible, visualizations and interfaces, how we integrate those into analysis and decision support tools and integrate third-party data to those. So that's what we think about data management systems, not just interfaces and visualization tools, but all of that kind of ecosystem of how data is managed. And some of the kind of challenges we've come across, we've been looking at is how we build and maintain a kind of catalogue of these citizen science schemes. That would be incredibly useful, I think. How do we get kind of take up of consistent approaches to how data is captured, the data management that would support this integration? So use of things like standard terms for the measurements that are taken, the variables, the units, these sorts of things. We've been looking at a need for a kind of focus on data management systems and solutions, not just on the portals that show that data. So making sure people are thinking about what's underpinning those visualization platforms, so that those visualizations themselves aren't the data. The data is actually beneath that. Thinking about how to make that accessible is really important. Trying to avoid proliferation, divergent systems, so that as everybody's going out producing an interface or a portal, we're not producing lots of things that are even harder to integrate data from. We think there's a continuing need to kind of develop and apply those data standards. And in CaSTCo, we're looking at producing some guidance on the kind of pros and cons of different data systems and recommendations, maybe advisory warnings. Whether, I'm not sure that will be a kite mark, but it could be like a thumbs up or a warning sign where a particular system kind of definitely doesn't support the types of things that we need to make sure are happening in order to allow this data integration to happen. And I think in the long term, we need to do this integration, we might really need to think about how we support some of these kind of centralized components that might support integration, whether that's a standard or a catalogue of citizen science schemes or something else. We're underway with this in CaSTCo, and we're thinking about all these types of issues. Thank you very much.
Oh, guys. We're going to be talking really briefly about barriers to citizen science for water. And I want this to be a call to action to make it easier for everybody to get involved. So in this room are some of the smartest and most talented people doing incredible work, especially at the local level. And really want to make sure that what I'm going to offer you has some value to you. So I run an organization in Canada called Water Rangers, and it's about building tools and lower barriers to communities, crowdsourcing, and helping them. And we have a custom and curated water quality test kit, a simple training method, an open data platform that's been designed specifically and curated for volunteers to contribute data.
and then mechanisms to share data with decision makers. So I moved over here about 2 years ago and got involved in a local water river trust called the River Trust. And that's how I sort of got involved in all of these systems. I was the executive director of water management here, taking the opportunity to be learning and innovating with the UK people. Now, this is the one and data deficient. We don't even have enough data to give us. I think that we can do that accessible water quality data is desperately needed. And especially in the UK, we've heard it. Now, we're doing something in our area. I think that to move this forward together, patients over last week for very putting together. I talked to the Victoria government in Australia. They have an amazing system doing the same thing we're doing. A small group in Leeds and just set up and they're doing the same thing. Talking about sending people. I talked to the parliament and they just set them up and we're going to do one another. So I think that there's something and we can create some benefits of and they did expect for these training more barriers to setting up your own program. The one we funding, platforms like data, making sure that our data is decision. But all of these different barriers slowly they're to really move forward and quickly. I think we all easier than me. So it's really thinking for me to hear and we bring it on things, I've been deep into this work for the last 2 years. And some of I and maybe would have informed some thinking and move things forward. I was talking to Al from he can set up we are very about 150 staff in this very community led. And I was talking about this application, I want to speak about barriers. You're like, well, try to Google it. How is testing? If you were looking to set up, you care about your local. I would do this. Like, to think about those common questions that never really come like very it was a very distinct experience. And by the time we were reaching the experts in the room, and they could dig a lot of research and knowledge before they could get to this point. And it's one of the reasons I'm so excited is we were so to become a group like this, looking to share that information. Because I do think that we're much stronger as we can work. It's really hard to knock down these barriers. And I this picture, this is me last week. Yeah. So this sign is then going to use the sign. We have permission, we have there. It took 5 months to get permission for this sign. And we got it but we want to find a way to share what we're doing, to bring the data to know that this data exists. So I want to tell all of you to think about how we can lower barriers, how we can, in those areas I'm talking about, what's our goal in doing that? Not just in our local community, Yeah. What's our role in making progress? Because I really want to stress that schools are evolving, what's available is evolving, and that journey is not going to end. But we'll be making progress. And to think about the people, like care deeply about their root, should care deeply about their, and how we can make sure that they live today. So this is from future. Most wondrous thing about the future is that there are no kinds of future. Create future. You know, right? We can really make it. Thank you.
That's wonderful, thank you, Pat, and I think that really highlights, you know, what we've been talking about and the need for collaboration. So we're going to have a bit of a Q&A now, so if I can call all the speakers back up to sit on the chairs. We've got Karen, Adrian, Melissa, Matt and Kat. If you want to sit at the front here. Ooh. Okay, so I've been asked to just, when you're speaking, this will be a microphone. Let's pass the microphone around between you, the people in the room, the people online, if you can kind of direct your voice towards the people speaking blobs on the table when you're speaking. Because I think they're quite directional. If people are not looking towards them, they're not picking up the sound for the people on the Zoom call. Right, I've got quite a few questions that we're going to pick up from Slido. I'm going to start with a nice easy one, which is from Melissa, which is when does Screen expect the website to go live?
The minimum viable website will be live on the 18th of December. And that's really what we want feedback on, because that will inform what the day one website looks like. So we want to know what features are useful, what you don't value, what you do value. So please, it'll be notified on, and the link will be provided through the LinkedIn channel. So yeah, please give feedback.
So a more general question now, probably going to be harder to answer. There seems to be a lot of overlap in ambition. How does all this come together in a way that future-proofs it and makes it as easy as possible to navigate? I don't know, is anyone putting their hand up?
I can start,
Yeah.
that helps, yeah. So I've sat here thinking exactly the same thing as we were talking. Certainly I'm linked in with the NCEA project and with DSP there. But the other projects, you know, I was less aware of. I'm new to DEFRA. I've only been here since the end of July. So we definitely need to have some conversations about how we can link up better. It's great to see that, you know, all of us in the room talking about this now. So it's not too late to start linking these things up. And I think, in fact, it's probably a really good time to start doing it as we're all delivering projects. But yeah, I can't see any kind of technology difficulties. So it's just whether we can align politically and policy and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
As far as Stream goes, I mean, the key to all of this is communication. So when we discover something that we need to be talking to, we talk to them. But as far as the data goes, we want to follow the principle of connect, don't collect. We want to surface other things that are going on, because the more we can bring data together and people together, and we are there to facilitate that from a water company perspective, from the data that we hold within the water companies. We just want to make sure our data is getting out there and reaching the people who need to use it. And I would see a lot of these things as consumers of that data.
Yeah, I would just say I see the same thing as sitting from an opportunity within the NCA where we're covering terrestrial to water. We're covering everything from the infrastructure to the engagement. I mean, I just look at all of this, and some of these people we already are connecting with, but again, so much opportunity. And it is, as you say, the perfect time to kind of keep our ambitions aligned and keep our effort going. So no, really great opportunity to come together today and hear a little bit more about what people are doing. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think these kind of events are great opportunities to start to bring things together, aren't they? So, so there's been a lot of talk this morning about citizen science. How is the creation and custodianship of this data going to be funded? Maybe that's something for three at this end of the table. Adam. Any thoughts?
I think funding for a citizen science project is always difficult. I will say this conversation with the government of Australia. They have a paid person in every catchment that does volunteer coordination. And I've met some volunteer coordinators in this group, and the magic of the higher quality data that they're able to collect, the robustness of the training, the consistency, and then finding those linkages. My hope is that we can find a sustainable funding model for long-term rather than project-based. I think that that's one of the biggest problems with science. We're trying to collect long-term baseline water quality data, yet all the funding is for project-based short-term. And then I do think that the data has to lead to action. It needs restoration. That's, people are collecting data. Some people can collect data for 40 years and have nothing, are fine with that, but most people get pretty impatient. So giving them a few mechanisms, at least for some short-term projects that allow them to feel like they're contributing and improving our river system. So I think, being more efficient with our funding, but also finding that.
So yeah, I'm thinking in terms of CaSTCo, what we're looking at in terms of data systems, we don't have a magic wand in terms of the longer term funding, but what we are trying to do is identify cost-effective and useful solutions that are able to be used by catchments and groups that mean that funding might be less than it might be otherwise. I think that's important, and I think we'll also be looking to identify where there are key things that might need that would help pull it together, like maybe some of those sort of centralized supports.
Thank you.
I just want to come in on that and say, 100%. If I didn't emphasize it enough, what I want out of the work that we're doing under the NPA and that people are doing here is to identify those opportunities for central sustainable funding, because it goes everywhere from collection to, as you say, the use. And we have my line now is we have an ethical responsibility to ensure that the efforts of data collectors, volunteer professional, have an application and are curated and cared for in a way that they deserve for all the effort that goes in on the front end. And we definitely have an incredibly fractured system, as I think one of your slides showed, Matt, which we know and we work together with CEH on, and I mentioned the NBN Atlas. There's a number of different ways that we can be much more effective and efficient in those centralized systems. So a big focus of the other half of my work is on those central systems and the people that support them.
Yeah, I don't think we have anyone, I don't know if we have people from the EA here, but there are citizen science coordinators or someone at the back there. I don't know if you want to shout.
Not quite the citizen science coordinator, but tracking the measures from the replacement fund and citizen science evidence is part of the story. So my name is Dominic Martin from National Operations. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe grab Martin later. Sorry, we're not actually taking questions from the room, but it's just going to be logistically we can't get the sound to the people on the Zoom, so yeah, grab people later. I think is the answer if you want to feed in. Maybe just pick up on another question here: that do we need a meta portal
I go to this portal to find this data. Maybe that's, yeah.
I certainly think that we could do that. I mean, there's also other ways of doing that, like collaborating between platforms, so we can share data more easily and make it more available, or that kind of metadata platform. You know, we can look at that, but it's one of those things. I think we need to look at what is the best way for us, really kind of thinking through committing a decision. But yeah, I mean, absolutely collaborating with different people's platforms would be of value, I think, straight away.
We're running a bit tight on time, but I think maybe got time for another couple. There's one I'd like to get people's view on here. Is there a risk that focusing so heavily on a big data approach will erode local context that leads to direct action to mitigate identified issues?
I mean, thinking about the big data approach rather than the local context, which isn't my expertise, but I'd imagine not. We just want to make sure that at the local level, the data is captured in a way and described in a way that makes it usable beyond that context. But that shouldn't affect, you know, the use of it in that context. In fact, it should help to make that more usable, even in that local context. So yeah, I'd hope that's not the case, and I can't imagine we get to the point where just the kind of use things. I think that's always going to be driven by the local context, and that's where the kind of energy and the incentivization comes.
Kat, do you want to have anything on that?
I think the local context is where the people are most interested, like Matt said. But if data is really well and open and you can combine data sources in different ways, that's where that innovation and those insights come from. And I will say I tried to download the EA data and got very frustrated, and it wasn't as easy for someone with a little bit of data experience to do it. But if we smooth out that process, I just think we're going to start gleaning these insights. And one reason for a hackathon, I'm thinking or those barriers what the biggest benefit.
Yeah, just really quickly, if you think about something like local nature recovery strategy, essential that is local data, but this is a national policy program. So it's a great example of where we need to bridge that gap quickly. And that is the point of some of the efforts on the NCEA, NE citizen science pilots, is how do you bridge those gaps? How do you make sure, as Matt was saying, that you can use that local data for national impact? So yeah, it's a really good point, and one we're very, very much invested in. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, panel, for your contributions and for everyone for feeding into the Slido. I think the plan now is to Mark is going to see you. Oh, okay, Mark from BCU is coming up.
To get students to be up here, is that okay? But it's outside. Excuse me to do that.
You're doing a little song and dance routine, but I think you probably don't want to see that.
Brilliant, thank you. Thank you very much. I will be. Okay. Thank you. Hello. Just to set the scene, as Laura said, we do engineering differently here. I am not a scientist and I am not an engineer. However, for 20 years of my career, I worked with engineers, so I learned to speak it. Lunch with family, friends,
mad ideas, risk, and success. This all came about because Dave Johnson's family and my family are good friends. We were having lunch, we were talking about what each other doing like we all do, we catch up. I said, how about you running a project with friendships, but professionally? And Dave took it, and the results were a great success in all sorts of ways. And because of that, in a way, you're all here today. Between January and May 2023, your colleagues, Dave Johnson and Paul Hume, worked with Roger Wall, Vicky Pell, Laura, me, and several of our colleagues teaching second-year students, of whom Tom is one, in the Department of Engineering. 120 students comprising automotive, electronics, mechanicals, manufacturing, diverse. The Rivers Trust gave us a challenge to work with the CaSTCo project to build a device to measure soil welfare. That's quite left field for all those students, isn't it? The work contributed to a highly successful and collaborative module, and the Rivers Trust commitment to our students was really special. You made a difference. The factors were the environmental challenge, citizen science, green engineering, and engagement with the client. We would challenge our students to think differently. For instance, I put a picture of a brand new Mercedes engine up on the screen. All the automotive engineers got very excited, saying, oh, that's this, this, and this. I went, no, that is tomorrow's archaeology. You need to think differently. We put a picture of Taiwan up on the screen, a map, saying, why is that important if you're an electronics engineer? Why is America sending military support to Taiwan and not the Ukraine? As you know, 80% of the world's microchips come from Taiwan. China can stop the world moving very quickly. This is the setting. So the module is contextual. The module achieved perhaps the highest academic performance and attendance for the semester, if not the year. These were important outcomes. Many, if not all of these students were affected by COVID and the lockdowns. Students worked in teams of 4 or 5 solving this real challenge, and the module is set in the context. The first one, and I'm going to use a marketing acronym now, SOSTAT. So that is basically the situation, then the objectives, and most people do objectives without understanding the situation. Strategy, tactics, action, controls, measures. It's a sort of business process for marketers. Then we looked at the social, technical, environmental, economic, political, legal, and ethical challenges that we all face every day at work. And being next to HS2, that was the gift that kept on giving. Every week, I think we had an update. We'd see Boris Johnson committing to take HS2 to Leeds, and then he cancelled it 2 weeks later. So my colleague said, what are you going to do next year? I said, oh, the COVID inquiry will give us loads of material. And it will, and it's important. And the other thing we taught was oracy. 120, I think, quite shy students.
Yeah, definitely.
You don't do this sort of thing in engineering normally, but we do here. And by the end of the 12 weeks, only 12 weeks, we couldn't stop them talking. Students presented their work at our Innovation Fest in May 2023. And as Laura said, please come next year. And Dave, I hope you'll be speaking. Everyone was committed, and this sort of trade fair atmosphere was astonishing, and it completely messed up my very cleverly organised marking schedule. Dave and Paul were thoroughly exhausted by the end of the day. The project encouraged students and lecturers to be better informed, thinking about water and soil welfare. Air, soil and water are the three most important things in our lives. And the students, I believe, are now better prepared for the workplace. One of the teams won an award in our Santander University's competition, and another won a place in the Engineering and Business Fellowships National Champion of Champions event held at the Royal Academy of Engineers in London. The competition comprised students from Russell Group universities who perhaps had thousands of pounds of funding and a year, if not more, working on projects. Our team got through with only 12 weeks and a budget of £75. So again, we will build on that. Now, what's special for me as I've been an employer of so many graduates during my working career is that it made a difference. And I think everyone on the module can say 3 simple words: we made this. That says teamwork, function, commitment, and something to talk about. Now, Tom and Stephen, who will be here soon, the reason why other students in the teams aren't here, because either they're in modules or, like so many of our students, they have to work to be at university. It's not extra income, so they would love to be here, and I'm sorry they can't for other reasons. I'm just going to give you a few quotes. The challenge is totally removed from my career's line of work, and I imagine this is the same for the vast majority of the module. This made it interesting throughout. I've learned the use of project management and market research. There is a lot of learning connecting the client and learning steeple. That's the social, technical stuff, etc. The best thing was producing the actual prototype and having feedback from the client to improve it and presenting the prototype at Innovation Fest. My team building skills have massively improved and my ability to handle responsibility also. I believe the module has made me feel more confident working with a team of people and allows me to think what it's like to be an engineer in the real world. And then I'll go on talking about processes. And one or two said they enjoyed the politics. And actually, it's important that young people vote, isn't it? And think about what they're voting for, and all your work lobbying for nature, for this country, and the world environment is tied up in this module. They found it motivating to see what a glimpse of the real world would be like. And actually, here's one. The additional content of geopolitics, current affairs, and simple psychology helps me feel better prepared for the workplace. And all of them say engagement with the client. In the 12 weeks of the module, Dave and Paul came in 4 times. That's tremendous. And that feedback, I think the nerves at the start with.
Yeah, definitely nerves at the start.
A lot of nerves. And then confidence. And that's something else we do need to teach. We're looking forward to working with the Rivers Trust and all of your partners, all of you here today in the future. For all the things we do, our academic colleagues who are specialising in research in water and air and earth would love to talk to you. I mean, I'm sure we can make those links take place. Next year, we're working with the Environment Agency on a disruptive clean air device. Gadget, we're not quite sure we're there yet. And the year after, we're going to work with Kia on microplastics in road paints. As you know, they'll break down and go into the water system, and we don't know what molecules they will carry as well as the plastics. So that's the sort of stuff we're looking at, and we're going to build and build and build. And please, please, please come to Innovation Fest 2024. Stephen, you're there. Great to see you at the back. Can you come up to the front, Stephen, if that's all right? I'll introduce Stephen and Tom to you. Two of our winning teams, as far as I'm concerned, they're all winners. So any questions, perhaps sort of more formal questions about what I've been talking about, you bought your videos and your gadgets and posters. So please talk to them after this talk over lunch, what they've been doing, because our students are the advocates for what we do. I am just a facilitator, and it's just a fantastic job. So any questions in me or Stephen and Tom, please ask. And that's me done quite quickly. Can I just ask you something? Did it come?
You've got.
Oh, I got the control. Oh, I love it. I'm a lecturer again. What does that say? I love all these tricks. Isn't this true? Isn't this true? So, Dave, thank you for taking such a big risk with your family friend. So any questions of me or really Stephen and Tom, please ask. Hi.
Yeah. So haven't done this in a while, but it's basically a soil health monitoring system. We measure temperature, we measure moisture, and then we measure earthworm movements. That was our main thing we were throwing out there. So we were using a vibration sensor underground, which was aiming to measure minute little vibrations of earthworm movement. And obviously you would have like a controlled area. And then we were connected to a mobile app, which you can geolocate everyone you put, which would hopefully it would help farmers in creating their fields better and better farming, better aggregation and better just everything for your soil. That's it.
Steve.
Yeah, so ours was quite. Oh yeah, of course. So ours was quite similar as well. So we designed this product that would measure NPK, soil temperature, water levels, and also the pH. And one of the things we did, we linked this with an app that we created on our phone, which would show you real-time data, as well as storing it for up to 1 year, which is one of the really important things that the country doesn't have, which is the widespread data availability for the soil health. So this was really good because we made this product for farmers and as well as school kids, and really anyone who wanted it in the domestic appliance.
Thank you. Can I ask one comment on that? We ended up with two target audiences, farmers, yes, and school children. We looked at, I think you all came up with, those who looked at school children, year sixes. So this was primary schools. This is basic science, measuring worms, which would be great, wouldn't it? And water. So an introduction to science before you go to big school. So all sorts, and of course, out of that you could create a teaching pack for teachers. So that's key stage two and three. It's a long time since I did any of that. That was another benefit of the product. So if you go outside, you can talk. So please talk to Tom and Stephen.
You've really enjoyed those who were here in the Steam House networking over lunch. I think everything starts with a conversation, doesn't it? We've had so many great conversations today. I mean, it can be overwhelming, I know that, but I think this is what the forum's all about. We want to try and really enable that join up, and CaSTCo is a highly collaborative project. We've got over 30 partners, but it's still not enough. There's still more people out there doing some really innovative, exciting stuff. And what I'd like to do now is introduce Andrew Hodge from Aquascape to tell us about a modelling platform that they've been developing. I think it's going to be a really exciting innovation. We'd like to see how can we take what he's developed and use it on CaSTCo and spread it out and integrate it. So thank you, Andrew.
Hang on. Yeah.
Okay, I've been given some really clear instructions that I have to stay very still. We've had this before, haven't we? Sorry. I usually like to dance around as well a bit, so. I'll get cracking. I've only got one boring slide anyway. Okay, so it's great to be here. Hang on. Messed up at the first hurdle, right. It is great to be here. I'm Andy from CaSTCo. Before I start, just a little bit about CaSTCo. It was started by the founder, who's a guy called Paul Edmonds. He's been in the environmental space for a long time, environmental consultancy. And the idea around CaSTCo started when he was asked to model a river basin in Jamaica. And he started to look at all different sources of data, and he realized that there was an opportunity. From there, he applied for a grant from the European Space Agency to pull together a few different components which would enable him to digitize river basins. Now, we're just at the end of that ESA grant, and we're now looking at a commercial model around how we can use that technology for clients. And those clients are specifically people like, well, anyone who interfaces with the natural environment, water in the natural environment, so rivers predominantly. So in essence, we are a startup. We classify ourselves as highly innovative. We are entrepreneurial. And we see that as a really, here we go. We see that as a really important part of innovation. And I see it as a part because innovation is happening all over the place. And pulling together experiences and how people operate, different types of people, different motivations, I think is how we sorry, I think just.
Yeah, we're testing you, Andrew.
Come on, hurry up.
Trying now.
Is how we tackle the problem that we have around our rivers. My background, environmental science, and then onto a water master's at Oxford. Paul's been immersed in water risk for large corporates for a long time. We have people on our team who have been in the environmental teams for large industry and looking at disclosure space. We've got academics, we've got people who've been working with charities and the third sector for their lifetime. We're built from a huge variety of people, but we are all focused on one thing, and that is how to give reliable, high quality data on water to everybody who needs it. And I really say everybody who needs that. Everyone from the boardroom of large companies who need to understand their risk and impact on water, all the way through to people on the ground whose lives, their passions are around water quality. And I include myself as another rower, and I've since found there's now 3 rowers in the room. So, sorry. Right. Good for that there. Whoa! Something happened. I don't know. I just put my pad on the computer and it's working.
On the tracker pad. Oh, well done.
There it is. Who'd have thought that would have been the solution? Right. So what do we do? Yeah, our mission is threefold. One is to make sure everyone can have high quality data on water. Fundamental. Done that. Sorry, we haven't done it. As in, I've said it. You'd have thought I would. Anyway, the second is to make sure that people can see the information they need from that data for their query. So it's making sure that we're not just doing a fire hose of data. It's actually trying to divine that down to an area of interest, a time frame, specific metrics that they can then use for a specific purpose. So it's really trying to give them the insights to that data. And then the third is to be independent and that our data has integrity. Sure that people understand its limitations, but also its benefits, and be trusted in that. And part of that trust means working openly and honestly with a whole community of people. And it's as we heard earlier from Stream and the data from business, it's how we work with citizen science, people on the ground, the passion. It's the people who are impacted, and it's everyone in between. So how do we do this? Our starting point is a river basin model. So it's a model that's been developed for over 20 years in academia. It's been heavily peer reviewed and tested across about 120, 130 river basins around the UK, Europe, and the world. It's a highly scalable model. It's a process-driven model, and it's dynamic. It means that you can interact with it, you can change things without having to restart. We drive that model using Earth observation data around rainfall and temperature. So the model we can track, we look at land use data, look at soil types, we look at the underlying geology, and and all the algorithms that dictate how, when water flows through that system, what should come out. It's driven live by the Earth observation data, and that gives us an in-principle position of what should be in a river. But the critical point is then how we verify that, and that's where we pull in an enormous array of data. So sensors, the EA sensor points. We've been working with CEH on some of their data to be able to start to ground truth points across the whole basin. Citizen science data is enormously important because the quality has come up so much, but also its ability to go to places where sensors can't go. So it gives us a huge amount of scale. And then the other bit is Earth observation data. So looking at satellites, satellite imagery, algal blooms, turbidity, they give you proxies of water quality data, which we can then translate through the model and then ground truth through the system. The final point on this is where kind of machine learning sits in this, and I'm reticent to say AI. Machine learning is an important part for our development because it will help us to improve the system of information, of using the ground truth point and tell us where the model is failing or isn't working or suggest improvements. And that's a really important part. We're not an AI company and we're not producing AI data. I don't think AI is particularly good in this space because it needs large language models. It needs a huge amount of data to be able to produce its own data. Machine learning approach on top of a model, I think, produces a really strong way of using a revolutionary tech, but in a space very specific to where we are. So our business model is looking at risk reporting for companies. Now have a think about that. So a company has a risk, our beachheads, for instance, food and beverage. Their supply chains depends on healthy fields, on strong biodiversity, on a number of things that we know improve the natural environment. By helping them to build business cases with using reliable data, but most importantly, data at scale, and I'm talking about scale, ultimately, one day that's a global scale across the world, how they can then understand their risk profiles, they can build business cases to improve those areas. They improve their supply chain, improve that reliability. That has a direct impact then on the natural environment. That's our mission, is to help them do that. And in addition to that, you have water impact measures, the regulation and the disclosures that are coming in are becoming more science-based. They're becoming more specific. They need data at scale to be able to see and understand and report on their impact. There's some fantastic regulations coming in, but at the moment, to access that data, they need to go through consultancies. It's expensive. It's slow. It takes time. And actually, when you're managing a £50 billion supply chain, that's not scalable. And what we want to do is to be able to sit in this space and offer that data at scale in a sort of automated way, but make sure that data is reliable and trustworthy. So our mission is to help companies improve their impact. Now we bring this full circle. Everyone in this room has a strong hand in citizen science, of volunteer time, going into the field, collecting data, because you want to in your heart. It's what's right to do. You have a passion and a drive to do it. Where we sit, we have that same drive. We just have a bit of a different approach to it. And our expertise is doing something else. And we believe there are people in organizations who really want to have a big impact in their space, but they need data. And this is kind of what I'm sort of coming to, is we all have a part to play in this. Now, I think our technology, I know there's a few other companies doing stuff like it. The solutions to the problem is going to come from many, many different areas. Hopefully, CaSTCo, we can be a small part of that, an important part, but as important as citizen science, as important as the sensors and the work from EA, CH, to the decision makers, the people in those big companies who have the hands on the budgets and the decision making to make an impact. And I think we want to help facilitate that. Our ultimate objective is to make this data scalable, is to be able to give it to people from all over, whoever needs it. What you're seeing here is effectively a version of our public app. So we've modeled the Thames. This is actually a screenshot, but it was taken yesterday. If you want to have a look at the live app, then the best thing is to email us at the team at aquascope.com, and we can give that to you. So you can start to see river water quality live. We've started to integrate it with citizen science data, with the EA data. And if you're really interested, we could show you, which will also soon be live, the audit app. So you can see how the ground truth points interact with the data, and you can start to see our journey of where we want to get to. We need to develop over the next year. We need funding. We need all sorts. We need to start integrating machine learning to show actually how the ground truth points start to improve the system. I started off in my little environmental science degree up in Staffordshire. I've been a rower for a long time. I've worked with I work with a charity getting young kids onto the rivers around East London, Leeds, and giving value to water through participation, because young people who would never get onto a river otherwise. The problems that we face, I think, are tackled by so many different places. And again, I just think what we want to do is just be part of that. So yeah, I think that's me. I could probably talk for a lot longer, but no, it's really good to be part of this community. I know I'm not in the field taking samples. One of my colleagues is, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how CaSTCo develops and how this conversation develops, because what we saw earlier from Stream and DEFRA, there's obviously some really exciting stuff, and I just hope we're part of that. Thank you. I'm handing over some.
We'll just bring up.
Cat.
Thank you. That was very, very interesting.
I'm the moderator for the lightning round.
And we have. Okay. And each person's going to have 5 minutes. And they've tasked me to be a bit of, I'm more of a positive reinforcement person, but they've given me both.
So I'm, ready?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm in the data team at the Rivers Trust with Dave, Michelle and Annika here today. and talk about accessing blue space. So this is some work we're doing with Natural England and DEFRA. So Natural England have already got this map of accessible green space, open access land, parks, all that sort of thing. And they've also got, they've also got access points for this green space. So all of those, this is in Exeter, all of those yellow points on the map are where you can access those accessible green spaces. And this expands on what the Ordnance Survey already produced. But the same data doesn't exist for blue spaces. So, or blue infrastructure in Exeter again. So we have two types of blue space in the OS data. We have the lines, the dark blue streams, and small tributaries, and then the main water bodies, the lighter blue there. Do we just include the big water bodies, or is there value in the small ones as well? Do we include artificial as well as natural? Just in this data, there's open tank reservoirs, cooling ponds, paddling pools, swimming pools. There's a lot of detail in the OS data. These are all questions we need to ask in generating this data. And what about those streams which cover or cross the green infrastructure? Do we map those access nodes, or do we assume they're already covered because they're in the green space? So how do you get to that? How do you access that blue space? All of these different coloured paths are all of the pedestrian paths in Exeter. All the roads are in the base map in the back. You can see them a bit in grey. And the thing to notice here is the difference between urban and rural. Quick show of hands, who has to walk down the main road to get to a footpath? Yeah, I walk down the main road to get to a footpath. And I'd say that's probably quite similar as we've seen for quite a lot of people who live in the countryside. We use cars to get places. So what routes can people use to access these different spaces? So if we didn't include roads and you parked your black van there, you wouldn't be able to walk to the silver van in the background of the shop, because if you don't include roads in the model, then you don't have that sort of access. And this is just in the suburban bit of Exeter. So the current accessible water side that exists in Natural England's Green Infrastructure Mapping Portal only uses the left-hand columns, so that is public rights of way and accessible green space. So in Exeter, you would get about 20 kilometres of accessible waterside, but if we include all pedestrian paths and all roads up to B roads, we'd get over 70 kilometres of accessible waterside. And in this sense, accessible waterside is waterside that's within 10 metres of a path that can be accessed. Also, if we include more paths, we get more nodes, we get more access points. So on the left again, you've got the existing waterside, you get about 300 access points in Exeter. If you include paths and roads, you get 3 times as many access points. And that's what some of the GIS looks like. Can anyone spot the difference? We've got a minute for you to count how many nodes are in each one. There's 147 extra nodes in the green points on the right. And most of those nodes, so this includes roads and paths, red only includes pedestrian only path. And all of those 147 nodes, or most of them, occur in rural spaces. So a lot of blue space, as we've defined it in this pilot study so far, is only accessible by roads if you live in the countryside. So this method, once we've settled on it, will go into a national map, and it will end up in be added to those green space access points in Natural England's GI mapping version 2.1. That's it.
Done. Stop yourself, yeah, you have to as well. I don't.
Michelle put me in charge and it's gonna go a bit rogue. All right, next we have Andy Dinsdale. I'm so sorry. I just slaughtered your name. Talking about plastic.
Thank you. Brilliant. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm Andy Dinsdale, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Strandliners, which is a community interest company set up. It's a very in Sussex. Where are we? Let's go. It's that one there. Brilliant. Thank you. So, who are Strandliners? Well, I started marine litter citizen science surveys back in 2005. That was with the Marine Conservation Society's OSPAR surveys. Strandliners came together in 2012. We're a voluntary community interest company. But on the right-hand side, if you see, this is what we did in 2023. We took part in 40 survey events with over, I think it was just over 1,300 volunteer hours given. But the most important statistic for us is that over 25,000 items were recorded. So when we do plastic pollution surveys, we don't just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We identify every item. So it's 1 Coke bottle, 1 Walker's crisp packet, 1 Nurdle, etc. So 25,000 items is quite an amazing task. The map, you can see that we were predominantly along the coast, but we took part in the Rivers Trust project, the Preventing Plastic Pollution project. So that was up the River Rother and the rivers Ada and Ouse. Don't forget that 60 to 80% of all coastal litter here can come down rivers. So why do we survey? Sorry, I will hold the mic up, Lera. This is the life cycle of plastic. As citizen scientists, we're more connected with the disposal than at any other stage. So our efforts are at cleaning up with the environment may feel like using a teaspoon to empty a bath with the taps full on. So Strandliners collect data to support larger organisations who can lobby for change and help turn the taps off upstream and the plastic producers. Without data, there is no evidence to lobby for change. And that's evidenced through the plastic bag tax, bottle deposit schemes, etc. Plastic pollution is also inextricably linked to climate change at every point in its journey, from extraction to disposal. So challenges. If we're all recording in the same way, then data can be compared locally, nationally, and globally. So it is really important to use standardized methodology, and we only focus on 2 survey systems. That's the methods, that's the Marine Conservation Society's OSPAR survey and Break Free from Plastic and Preventing Plastic Pollution's brand audits. Capacity is always a problem. It can always be the same people. How do we get people to go the extra mile to record what they find? Existing litter picking groups are great at doing what they do. They're experts, but how can we engage them to give more? Because with a litter pick or a beach clean, it's pick, bag, bin. We add, identify, and record. And it can be a very dirty work out in the river catchments. Beach cleans can be seen to be sexier and more glamorous. So we have to up our game. We have to get out of our comfort zone to produce results. Some of our successes include visualization of site-specific litter DNA. So the 2 pie charts there, those are 2 sites. We did a survey and they are 100 meters apart. So the litter is specifically, it's very different at each site. Networking, we have to work with everyone, all partners, it's brilliant. The more we work together with other organisations, it creates a greater reach, and we can share volunteers with great citizen science expertise. Communication, we have monthly newsletters and a quarterly magazine that goes out. It just helps keep people involved with the work that we're all doing. And these are the citizen scientists of the future, or maybe the scientists of the future, but we have a young Strandliners group. There we go, that's Strandliners.
Hey, you want your chocolate? You deserve it.
Go on then.
Everyone gets two. Okay, next up. We have Lydia Ashworth.
Hey, I've got my name on it. Doesn't have my name on this one because Kelly was meant to be joining you and doing this talk, but unfortunately she had some family sickness. So I stepped in as of yesterday, so apologies. Okay, so I'm Lydia Ashworth. I'm Assistant Science Coordinator for the West Midlands for the Environment Agency. So citizen science, we all know that everyone can play a part in protecting and improving our environment. If we work together, collaboratively, engaging and involving local communities to help us gather more information and put in place actions, this can be powerful in securing lasting change. And so the Environment Agency has been working with citizen science data for a long time in many different guises, most notably, of course, for flight. But we know that there's more work to be done. So we are investing in this further through the Supporting Citizen Science project. This is a pretty full slide, but essentially we are delivering a 3-year internal project to develop and test a nationally strategic, locally coordinated approach, supporting emerging and established citizen science initiatives across England, focusing on the water environment. We want to transform those past good intentions into a consistent and collaborative organisational approach to engaging with and benefiting from citizen science initiatives in the water environment. The project is coordinated nationally by Kelly and delivered locally in area with specialists recruiting citizen science leads, such as myself or John here today, the EA area. Responsible for working closely with environmental planning and monitoring teams, local catchment partners and community groups to engage and support citizen science projects in each of our areas. There are 4 themes down the bottom there, so establish, engage, evaluate and develop. We are just moving into the evaluation stage, so we're reviewing how the EA currently engages with citizen science, gathering information on methods used, data collected, format, access, and storage, as we've been talking about earlier, as well as use of citizen science data evidenced by teams within area, which is really important to understand. This will be used to inform organisational approach to enable further science engagement and use of data to support our evidence and decision making. As an advisory partner, EA national and area citizen science leads are also giving technical and strategic support to CaSTCo with support to them in demonstrator catchments. And that's really benefiting from that cross-project learning. There we go. So these are our project aims, and we're trying to develop that sort of consistent approach, improve the use of citizen science internally and externally, and foster a more collaborative approach, and also that inspire that we've been talking about. So what we learned so far, so citizen science citizen science data and evidence is being used to assess success of project interventions, extend our catchment knowledge and help build on catchment partnerships and collaborative working, as well as providing more specific knowledge such as this on the slide. Following evaluation, we will be developing internal guidance and training to enable more consistent engagement with citizen science. And through supporting CaSTCo and the NCEA to work towards that shared vision of developing an integrated and collaborative approach to citizen science. And yes, please do get in touch with Kelly if you've got any further questions. Thank you.
Yeah, average, but definitely. Everyone's doing so well. We have Chris Jackson next.
you very much. Yeah, hello everybody, my name's Chris Jackson. I lead the environmental modelling group at the British Geological Survey. I'm going to tell you a bit about some work we've been doing under a Research Council funded project called Community Water Management for a Livable London, which has been going on for about 5 years now. And this work is looking at how we can use modelling to support communities to prioritise the construction of new wetlands to improve river water quality in Enfield in North London. It's led by Katarina Landstrom. She's a social scientist at Oxford University. And it involves these partners who've been working very closely with Thames 21 and Enfield Council. And over the last handful of years, there have been a few wetlands that have been constructed in Enfield, about 4. So we have some data on their efficacy, and that has been used to constrain the models that we've been developing. So that's one of them, Pims Park. So community modelling, this is very much what Katarina sort of is interested in and leads on. It's a technique to enhance local communities' ability to engage with water management. So in our case, what we're doing is using kind of social science expertise to facilitate the interaction between stakeholders, community groups and decision makers. And we're really trying to use models to co-produce knowledge rather than imposing that knowledge on communities. And the rest of us, these are natural scientists, we're there just to support the use of models. We're a very minor part in the process. So we've been trying to answer the question with the community groups, how should they prioritise the construction of new wetlands in Enfield? And we do use a model. This is not where we started, but yeah, we use a model called INCA, which is a water quality model developed by Paul Whitehead at Oxford University. So here we are, the Pims Brook and the Salmons Brook in Enfield. This model can divide that catchment up into about 30 sub-catchments, and we can place a wetland in each of those, and we can model the impact of those wetlands on in-stream water quality. But that's not where we started. It was a community modelling as a process. So what Katarina led began with an exercise in mapping the community within the Enfield area, and then identifying what the matters of concern are to that community. And it didn't actually start with water quality, but that quickly became a matter of concern of interest. So that's what we wanted to address through modelling, and then working with the community, Thames 21 and Enfield Council. We then had to decide on the modelling objectives and then construct some wetland scenarios that we were going to simulate using our physical model. Run a load of simulations, and then the question is, how do you enable the community groups to interpret that quite complex modelling output? So there was a process of co-designing a really user-friendly interface, which became an online tool called the Wetland Explorer. And then that was trialled with Thames 21's volunteers. So this is Wetland Explorer. It provides spatial and time series information about the impacts of implementing different numbers of wetlands within Enfield. And we also ran some climate change scenarios through it. We look at nitrate, phosphorus, ammonium, and flow in those subcatchments. We also looked at sediment, but we left that out of the interface because it wasn't of so much interest. So you can, using hopefully very simple interface, you can look at the impacts of wetlands on nitrate, phosphorus, and ammonia. So yeah, a really interesting project to really work with communities to co-produce knowledge rather than imposing modelling on them. Final slide, if you want to read a bit more about it, the first paper here is one of Katarina's, half of it is open access. And then the bottom one is the results of our modelling. So you can look at the impacts of wetland construction on in-stream water quality. And I'll leave it there.
Your chocolate. And next we have Paul to work on the next session. But amazing work, everybody. I'm really glad that I didn't have to use the bell. So.
Do I get to give people chocolates as well?
Oh, I think so. Because I'm talking.
Sounds reasonable. The next three talks are related to the CaSTCo project. In fact, the next two slots are related to the CaSTCo project. The Catchment Systems Thinking Cooperative, so all about citizen science. That's got two main planks. One is the demonstration catchments, there are 8 of those across the country. And they're the sort of the local test beds for how we do citizen science in this project. And the other part of it is collating all the learning from that into some sort of national framework. So this bit is going to be about the national framework. And the next session, which Simon's going to lead, chair, is on the local demonstration catchment. So Simon and I'm Paul Hume, Simon Browning. We're the technical support people for those 8 demonstration catchments. I was asked to tell you who we are, so Simon, you'll be on in a minute, so you'll see who Simon is if you don't know already. In this session, there are no questions. So if you have questions in person, there'll be a break after this bit before Simon's next slot. So grab people and ask them questions. And if you're online, then put your question up online, and they can be forwarded to the speakers. Okay, and the 3 people who are going to talk to you are related, as I said, related to the national framework. The national framework depends upon consistency and coordination of 3 major elements that are, crucial within citizen science in this project. The first is not in order of necessarily importance, is the methods that we use, the tools that we use. How do we measure water quality, ecology, inverts, whatever it is? How can we make sure that the data that we're using is as valuable as possible? That's methods. Then how do we coordinate that data, store that data, interpret that data? So Michelle will talk to you about methods. Annika will talk to you about the data, and then Mike Pocock will talk about probably the most important part of it, which is the people and the connectedness of nature to people. So those are the 3 people who are going to talk about the national parts of what we're doing. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you, Paul. Right, let's have a bit of a dive into CaSTCo and the national framework. So this was the slide that came up earlier, and it wouldn't let me show you, so obviously knew that this was the time to really get into it. This is the messy problem that CaSTCo is trying to solve. And I love this diagram because I'm a very visual thinker, and this just says it all really. Over on the left-hand side, we've got all of that sort of national statutory evidence, the sort of stuff that we heard about the DEFRA Data Services platform feeding out, and all of our government partners filling those evidence gaps. But we know that's never been enough. I always loved the phrase that the Water Framework Directive data is like taking a patient's pulse through an overcoat. You might know if they're alive or dead, but you really don't know what's wrong with them. And, we're seeing a real sort of decline in the amount of evidence that government are gathering. So that's where, the sort of local evidence feeds in. And it's not just about filling the information gaps. There's so much else that comes along with citizen science. Those of you who know Izzy Bishop from Earthwatch, I think Izzy's online, but she's now with University College of London, but her and her Earthwatch colleagues wrote really good paper on the impact pathways of citizen science. And it's not just about getting data in the hands of decision makers to target action. It's about all of the other stuff that comes along when you enable and empower people with data. And we've seen it over and over again in the country where, we've worked with the swimmers in Oxford who drove change by getting their patch of water designated as a bathing water, and that's going to drive action that way. But they also enable change through, getting local politicians engaged, and all of the people that have got involved in that citizen science campaign are doing some really exciting stuff. So we need to enable that local evidence base and all the good stuff that comes with it. But it's really hard to get the data that's gathered on that left-hand side of the diagram into the hands of decision makers, feed it into those decision support tools. It's a very messy landscape. And part of the mess is around knowing which methods are out there. We've heard today about, making things findable and discoverable is the first challenge. But also then once you collect that data, how do you make it interoperable? And I loved the fire hose of data statement from earlier. I don't think we're even at that point yet. We've got loads of little puddles of data and we need to get them. But if you can't tag that information with the quality or the protocols that it's used, how do those people on the right-hand side, the decision makers and the decision support tools, how do they know if they can trust that data? They don't understand the quality, they don't know what decisions it can support. So this is the problem that we're trying to solve. And what we're going to be doing in CaSTCo, I find this bit of the diagram now really kind of reassuring and, we're going to solve it all. But I wrote down, there's a great phrase on one of the slides just now, unless we get uncomfortable, nothing will change. It's nowhere near as easy as that diagram makes it look. It's very uncomfortable. We're starting this audit of methods and my goodness, it's overwhelming the amount of stuff out there. But what we want to do on CaSTCo is really start to show if we can join this value chain up from the local evidence that's being collected on the left-hand side through the way that we govern and share that information and putting it in the hands of decision makers. That's how we demonstrate the value. And one of the questions earlier that came through Slido was, how do we fund this sustainably? Well, this is what CaSTCo is trying to do, is to show the benefits and to make the business case for bringing in additional funding. It's a 3-year project, it's £7 million, there's 30 odd partners, it's a lot of money, but it's only going to scratch the surface. What we need to do is show how this will work and bring others and other funding and other partners to bear on it. And what we want to be able to do through getting that value chain nailed is to be able to integrate the different tiers of information together. So what can you do if you can combine your citizen science data with other tiers of information? That can be sensors, it can be remote sensing data like we heard about from Aquascope, it can be professional monitoring, and it can be your statutory evidence base. And that weighted evidence approach is really what we're about. And those different work packages that we've got on CaSTCo are tackling different bits of that problem. We're going to hear from some of them today. And what we've got is a sort of method audit that's undergoing at the moment, looking at mapping out that messy picture on the left-hand side. And I'll talk a little bit more about that now. Overarching this, we've got a work package trying to govern this, trying to join all of the partners up, but also that work package on evaluations sustainability is turning this into some way of bringing in funding and looking at who are the beneficiaries of all this data and how we can secure funding to keep it going. So the method audit, with everything on CaSTCo, has been co-designed and collaboratively developed. We've had working groups and we have a technical steering group on CaSTCo. And what we did with the funding that we had secured was, first of all, design the framework, the process. So how are we going to work through from this big confusing thing to a few selected methods that we can recommend? And also we had to decide thematically, how on earth are we going to tackle this? So all of this has involved lots of partners, and we've got very good at using Miro, and we've had some really good facilitators that have helped us through the process. It's actually become much more of a social science project than a catchment science project. How do we get the best thinking out of people and get agreement? So we are working through under some thematic areas, developing a long list of methods by theme, and then looking at what criteria we can use to evaluate them, undertaking that critical review and coming up with the short list and selecting some methods. And those selected methods then will go on and develop protocols where they don't exist or improve them, get the maximum value out of that data. And what we're also doing is developing a library of methods. Now, we've heard earlier today, we know NCEA are doing something similar. EA are also evaluating methods. We need to make sure that we join all of this work up. And then we need to invest in the training to roll out those methods and protocols. So one of the key things we've done on CaSTCo is we've asked every demo catchment to develop a collaborative monitoring plan based on Pragma and some of the great work that River Restoration Centre have done. And we've used those questions in the monitoring plans, the objectives, to help us decide which themes and how we sort of target our method audit. And those collaborative monitoring plans, I can't stress enough how important they are. They underpin a lot of what we're doing on CaSTCo, but also they're part of the CABA management plan. So we've always supported catchment partnerships to develop their collaborative management plans. The monitoring plan has to be part of that. You've got to be able to monitor how your measures been successful or not. And thanks, Will. The outputs from the method audit, just briefly, as well as selecting those short list of methods that will go on and invest in and join that whole value chain up, make sure that that data has impact in the demo catchments. There will be a lot more information besides that we are collating, and all of those evaluated methods are going to go into some sort of library yet to be designed. Now, some of you may be familiar with the guide that we put together quite a few years ago now, the Citizen Science and Volunteer Monitoring Guide. That was a very sort of static guide, available on the CABA website. We want to really build on this, and I've been talking to Kat and others. We've got loads of ideas of how this could be a really exciting and dynamic online tool. But we need to collate all of the information first and then figure out how we're going to make it easy for people to discover and use it. So that's kind of the method audit process so far, and we're working through quite a few of them already, and just starting out on the habitat assessment one with Lucy and Angela and others in the room. So watch this space, and the information will be coming forward. And I'm now going to hand over to Annika France from our technical team in the Rivers Trust, who is going to talk to you more about the data systems work package on CaSTCo.
Thanks.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Annika also from the Rivers Trust, and I am co-leading work package 6 on CaSTCo, which is around data management and visualization, with Matt Fry from the UKCEH, who you heard from earlier. And I just wanted to give you a very brief introduction to what we're trying to achieve through that work package, and hopefully as well sort of make this the olive branch to reach out beyond the project as well as within the project to try and get people involved. But it's really clear from everything that everyone has said this morning that there is a lot of overlap, and it feels like there's a lot of alignment between the projects that we're all working on. It'd be great to bring that together. So the problem with citizen science data, there's a lot of problems with them. And at the moment, the benefits are outweighed by the time, the effort, and the risks of trying to use citizen science data and bring it into decision making. And a very common theme amongst the challenges is data governance and data management. And so if we want to move forwards, embed citizen science data into decision making at all the different levels, local, regional, national, then it seems like we've got a lot of work to do. And the problem with this as well is that we can't do this on our own. We're going to have to do it together. And that takes a lot of communication and a lot of work. And that's something else we've already learned on the CaSTCo project, is having the time to invest in building relationships and networks is really important. So what we're trying to achieve, we've moved on from thinking about apps and platforms, there's a lot of fixation when we started the project, especially from local groups, on, well, we want a new app, or we want to do this, and we want to build a new data platform. But no one could really explain why or what the long game was. There's been a lot of apps that have been spun up over the years that have failed to be maintained. A project finishes, the app goes with it, and we're left back where we started. So we want to start thinking about this as systems rather than apps or platforms. And we want to start breaking down silos and building an ecosystem, that's the word I'm going to use from now on, for people to collaborate and combine data together. So we want to focus on good data governance and data sharing practices. And the key message really is that apps are just for Christmas. So if we can get past that sort of thinking, then hopefully what we'll get to is the place where we all want to be, which is at the top of this diagram, where all stakeholders in the environment, that's everyone, can participate in the data ecosystem. So they can feed in, they can provide feedback, they can learn from it, and they can all base their decisions on the same data. It doesn't mean that we're all going to agree, but hopefully we'll be closer to a consensus, and we know where the decisions have been made and why and based on what data. It's that traceability. So what we've worked on recently on the CaSTCo project is we held a workshop with a lot of our core partners to develop some principles that we could all agree needed to underpin this data ecosystem. And it's going to be working from these principles to embed it into the way we're working going forwards. And there's a lot of sort of best practice and guidance that's going to have to sit behind all of this, and a lot of infrastructure we've got to get in place. But what we want to see is data that is open by default. That doesn't mean that all data is accessible to everyone, but it means you need to have a good justification if it's not. And you need to be able to share where data exists, even if you're not able to give people access to it. We also want data to be discoverable and accessible. So we want to remove technical and administrative obstacles to sharing and finding data. It needs to be interoperable. So it needs to be able to be used between different systems. We came up with a phrase called, what was it?
Interoperability.
Automated intersharing, there we go, which I think encompassed that. I think, Kat, that came from your table. So we want things to be smooth and easy. We need it to be trustworthy, so people understand the quality, how data's been collected. We need it to be incentivized, so people want to put their data in and gain more back. It needs to be secure, you know, sticking to GDPR, none of us like to think about it. And it needs to be backed up. And it also needs to be ethical, something that we haven't thought about much yet, but we will be. So making sure it's not biased and promoting fairness. And it needs to be resilient for the future, so flexible and adaptable, not just for our current needs, but for future needs too. And so our next steps are going to be trying to put this into practice. And this is where I'm asking for everyone's help. So we're going to be setting up some small working groups to focus on some core topics that underpin all of these principles. And it'd be really lovely to get a lot of people in this room involved in that process, especially linking up with the other projects that we've seen today. And that's it. Thank you.
Should I just go? Yes. All right. Okay. Sorry, I have my introduction earlier. So thank you very much. That idea of ethical data I thought was great. And what does that actually mean? And maybe some of it is encompassed by what I'm going to be talking about. So I'm going to be talking about this idea of citizen science and the potential benefits that it can bring to nature connectedness and to well-being. I'm actually going to turn that round and I'm going to start at the beyond and then finish with Big River Watch. I've worked in the field of citizen science for quite a long time, and in particular, I've come at citizen science thinking about it and its value for data, in terms of the data provision and the information that we can gain from looking at citizen science data. And thinking about that, it's a really crucial part of our environmental monitoring. That's seen at catchment level, at country level, it's seen across the EU, and it's also seen globally as well, where citizen science, volunteer, participatory monitoring complements the data from professionals and also from sensors, both on the ground and satellite. It therefore has the potential to support action for nature. But the question is then what does it actually do for the participant? Is there a benefit and potential there? It seemed to me that, yes, that was the case, but I wanted to explore that specifically. So thinking about those benefits of nature engagement, we know that, we know personally, but we also know from surveys, that being in nature makes people happy, certainly makes me happy. And the time that people spend in nature benefits well-being. And there have been a range of studies, I've just picked a couple out there, which have actually looked at these demonstrable impact of the time spent in nature on well-being. Either you can see effects after 30 minutes per day by one author, 120 minutes per week for another. So this can almost be like a dose of nature that you need. But simply having a dose of nature is not sufficient. It's actually about the quality of time that you spend in nature that's much more important. And this is where the idea of nature connectedness comes in. So this idea of nature connectedness, this state or feeling that you have towards nature is more important than simply the time spent in nature when you look at measures like happiness or sense of worthwhile life. And it's also more important than simply the amount of local green space, that access to blue-green infrastructure. And I quite like the title of this paper here, that it's about moment, not minute, but it's about those meaningful moments in nature which are actually really important for well-being. So this idea of nature connectedness has come particularly, a colleague, Miles Richardson at the University of Derby, has done a lot of work on this. And he and colleagues came up with these 5 pathways to nature connection. So thinking about the use of your senses, not just vision, but all your senses, the recognition of beauty and beauty in nature, the emotion that you feel when you spend time in nature, the meaning that you have and that you can gain, that idea of celebrating and sharing nature's events and stories, and also that compassion that you have, which can lead to action, helping and caring about nature. And one of the ways in which we can specifically enhance these pathways to nature connectedness is through activities such as noticing 3 good things in nature. The classic psychological intervention where you notice and write down, actually the writing down is important, 3 good things. And if you do that in nature, then that is, has been shown to enhance nature connectedness. And so what we wanted to actually understand a little bit further is, we know that about nature connectedness, but can citizen science actually provide similar level of benefits to well-being and to people's happiness? So we ran this study where we had a randomized control trial looking at the impact of nature-based citizen science. Now, sad to say, for this audience, we didn't send people out to the rivers, although it did take place during that year of COVID. So people were restricted about where they could go. But what we did was we asked people to sign up. They did some survey at the beginning, measuring, assessing measures of well-being and nature connectedness, several different measures of well-being. And then we randomly allocated people to one of these groups, either doing citizen science, and there were 2 options there, or noticing 3 good things in nature. In all cases, spending 10 minutes in nature and doing something.
We also had this combination where we asked people to do the citizen science, but also to reflect on these questions about meaning, about using your senses, about not just counting the insects, but watching and appreciating the beauty of these insects while doing the pollinating watching. And as I said, that was a controlled study as well. So people did surveys at the end to assess that. And we published this earlier this year. So we had 500 people who went through the whole study and did both sets of surveys, so we were able to use them. It was interesting that about 80% of the participants were women, and that is something that's found time and time again, actually. If you do studies of well-being, there tends to be this participation bias that seems to occur. And so what we found, just taking the real headlines, is when you look at these psychometric scores, this evaluation, what we found was that any of those nature-based activities were good for people. And there actually wasn't any difference between the citizen science and the noticing or the 3 good things in nature intervention. So we can see that citizen science really is beneficial demonstrably. And this is one of the first times in a large study that people have actually shown that. And so what we also did was we asked people to reflect on statements about their nature connectedness. And what was then interesting was that we found that those noticing nature activities, the ones where we asked people to simply spend 10 minutes in nature, being absorbed, enjoying the nature, really helped, or people rated highly that they felt close to nature, they felt calm or joyful from doing that. In contrast, those who were doing the citizen science ranked higher on this question about the compassion. They felt that they were taking care of nature by doing this. There was clearly something really beneficial for the citizen science that wasn't quite as strong with the noticing nature. In all of these activities, people said that yes, they found it meaningful to take part and they noticed the beauty of nature. The thing is that when we combine those two together, the citizen science and the noticing nature, we found actually that was the most powerful of all the interventions in terms of these pathways to nature connectedness. And so that suggests that there could be the opportunity to design better citizen science that's more meaningful for people, more powerful for people personally, as well as being beneficial for data. And so this is where it comes into the Big River Watch. And so, not the September just gone, obviously this is advertising from the website. We launched the Big River Watch as part of the CaSTCo partnership, and that was led by the Rivers Trust. But the design of that actually came out from some of the discussion we had within one of the task groups, saying that what we want to do is collect really valuable data, but we'd also like to put these principles in place in order to boost people's well-being and nature connectedness. And as Dave said earlier, there were nearly 6,000 people engaged. And actually, from what people said, 60% of them were new to citizen science. So that really suggests that actually activities like this can help people get into looking at and recording the quality of their local rivers. And you can see from a couple of the word clouds that the Rivers Trust produced from some of the data that we asked people to record, when we asked people to say how they felt when they saw that bit of river, having spent 10 minutes watching and observing and thinking about it. And you can see that I've mistyped that, so it should be healthy river and unhealthy river, obviously. And this is the way that they classified it. And you can see that healthy river, people come up with calm and peaceful, happy and relaxed. And they also appear at the unhealthy river, but also words like sad come up as important. So it seems that wherever people are, it's boosting their nature connectedness. But with the emotions like sad, it suggests that that could be used to lead to action as well as data collection. So citizen science can provide these meaningful moments in nature to benefit wellbeing and nature connectedness. And citizen science can also therefore provide data and potentially lead to action and change in people's health. Thanks, everybody, for those excellent talks. We've got, is it 3 o'clock we come back? We're on break now, haven't we?
Yeah, so we're there early, so we'll come.
Yeah, okay, so you've got a longer break, more time to talk to each other, come back at 3. Thanks very much.
Heard earlier about the national framework, you've heard a bit about the CAS project. I think the 8 demos that we have running nationally are kind of the bits that can run fast on CaSTCo and really show us the way. So there's this balance between people piloting stuff in the demos. We've got 8 chances at different ways of doing it, different learning experiences, seeing what works and what doesn't. And then we've got the central framework, which aims to kind of bring up the rear and consolidate that knowledge and proliferate best practice, I guess, within the CaSTCo project and beyond. So I'll introduce you in a minute, just to say that Slido is back in play for this session. So if you've got questions for the speakers, we will have a Q&A session afterwards when they'll all come back up the front. But yeah, so get those questions in on Slido, and you saw how it worked in the first session earlier today. We'll take those questions through as they go. Okay, so we've got 5 presentations for you with a very short break in between. So I'll introduce certainly the first 3 speakers now. We've got Dr. Mara Wally from Exeter University speaking about the Tamar demo. Then we've got Alice Fallon, who's talking about the team demo. And then we've got a team of Steve, Elle, and John, who are going to tell us about the Onion demo. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present our work, me and my team, and for sharing your knowledge and experiences with us. I am Marwa Wali. I am a researcher at the GRU, which is the Center of Water, Waste and Resilience at Exeter University. And I'm a part of the CaSTCo team at Exeter University. I would like to start with a quick overview of our objectives in our project. Our first objective or project focus is assessment of the potential of nature-based solutions to solve water company problems or challenges. So we are trying to implement nature-based solutions to solve some of the problems of the water companies. Of course, we cannot focus on all the problems at once, so we decided to focus on the storm overflows or the combined sewer overflows. We are developing a framework or a methodology to assess the potential of nature-based solutions to reduce rainwater or surface water inputs to the combined sewer network. So by diverting part of the water of the storm into nature-based solution, we are trying to reduce the stress on the combined sewer networks. And from now on, I will add increasing happiness, of course, as we learned today, by implementing more nature-based solutions. So we are engaging citizens to identify the sites or the catchments we are trying to model, to evaluate and to assess the evaluation of our. We are generating a 1D, 2D modeling, and we prefer to use hydraulic modeling rather than hydrologic modeling. Of course, this is not our model, but this is just a quick illustration how our model is going to look like. Okay? So, as I mentioned, also the hydraulic modeling can act as a standalone system. Citizen scientists will be engaged prior to modeling new areas to identify which areas will benefit from our framework or from our model. Citizen scientists will also be engaged after modeling to evaluate and assess the impact of the new interventions or nature-based solution on the model or on the area. Are taking a truly collaborative approach, and we aim for our model or decision-making tool to roll out nationally. So we are encouraging the use of nature-based solution, and we are looking forward to implement our project in more than one catchment, not only to the Tamar catchment. As expected in all projects and in all research work, we have some blockers or some difficulties. One of that already we have the GIS maps of our catchment, but the inlets to the system are not allocated accurately on the maps we have. So we're having difficulty to identify the locations of the inlets to the system. So we are trying now to engage more partners with us. Besides Southwest Water Company, we are contacting more stakeholders like Devon and Cornwall County Council to know the locations of the manholes, and we are engaging citizens to identify the correct location of the area. Thank you, everybody, for listening to my presentation.
Thank you, Marwa. One thing I should have explained, you might see reference to demos or demo pluses. So of the 8 demos, 5 of them are called demo pluses, and they were, they had additional resource from Ofwat. They had another objective, if you like, so they are trialing additional interventions or additional processes, I suppose, whereas some of the demos are just that, and they just fulfilling the kind of CaSTCo central frameworks, which is around the monitoring planning that Michelle spoke about, and the volunteer recruitment and helping with the method audit. Okay, so next up we've got Alice from team.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, so my name is Alice Fallon. I head up the community engagement team at Seven Rivers Trust, and we're the lead on one of the just demos on the River Team catchment. So just apologies if you were in our last quarterly meeting of CaSTCo, you'll see a few repeated slides, but I just did want to give a bit of background to the work we've been doing. So Seven Rivers Trust, a conservation charity, one of the Rivers Trusts, established in 2008, cover an absolutely huge area, and we're a growing team. It's more than 20 of us now, I think about 25 now, with an enormous catchment area. And the work that we've been doing with CaSTCo is just using one of our catchments to trial some innovative citizen science work. And the team catchment, where we're doing our demo, is often referred to as the jewel in the crown of the Seven catchment. All kinds of designations to protect the River Team and its tributaries. And the focus that we've had has been on bathing waters, because it's a stretch of river which Severn Trent have identified as part of their Bathing Rivers programme to improve water quality and support community engagement around recreational use of rivers. So we're looking to trial innovative techniques in citizen science bacteria monitoring and source apportionment. So again, that's where the focus on bathing and recreation uses come in. And we're looking to allow a better understanding of the hotspots and potential sources of bacteria in the catchment with these trials. And what we're hoping for as an outcome is a data set which is available to anyone interested in the health of the river team. And the innovation, there's been lots of innovation actually through our involvement in CaSTCo. But we're really pleased to have set up a steering group partnership which is working incredibly well with representatives from Severn Rivers Trust, from Severn Trent, the Environment Agency, Natural Resources Wales, Natural England, and also volunteer representatives, which I'm particularly proud of having, which are roles that we recognise the need or the potential value of bringing volunteers into the decision-making process for our demo. So we wrote a role profile and recruited volunteers with amazing expertise and particular passion for rivers who are local and are kind of bringing the voice of the volunteers into our steering group, which is great. We're looking to trial water quality methods and kit with a focus on bathing water, which is something we haven't done at Severn Rivers Trust before. And we're piloting these techniques in a very rural context over a huge catchment. So even just the river team is a massive catchment area with lots of different issues that comes with. And we've had some success already with engaging farmers and landowners through the Malvern Hills National Landscape, what used to be the AONB, and that's quite an exciting partnership we're looking to develop further. And this lovely diagram is something which came up on a slide earlier, but it's a kind of visual representation of our monitoring plan and where we are in our journey on our kind of monitoring activities and the questions that we're looking to answer, the methods we've identified for how we might answer them with quite kind of specific and tight activities identified in terms of the timeline of where we are now, which get a little bit more vague as we'll kind of continue making decisions based on what we find out and what we decide to do next. How we're engaging citizens, it's very low key at the moment. I tend to get overexcited about how or the direction this might take and how we're growing, but there are just 15 volunteers at the moment. It's a small group and they're wonderfully engaged and enthusiastic. So they're our guinea pigs. And recruitment so far has been quite low key and informal. So people have been getting in touch with us because maybe they've heard about CaSTCo or they swim or canoe locally on their river and they want to find out how they can get involved. And if they happen to be within the team catchment, we've kind of steered them in the direction of getting involved in CaSTCo. We've selected sites based on ease of access, so where there's easy public access for footpaths and actually for bridges, and also where the volunteers are based. So we haven't really yet tried to be strategic in terms of identifying places which we think must be monitored in order to get a better picture of the river health. We're just really trying to test the methods at the moment and see if they work. So we've done site visits and training for volunteers. We're giving them ongoing support. We've even got a WhatsApp group set up and quite regular in-person meetings with them to keep them engaged. And we're planning a festive gathering where we'll get together, have lunch and get their feedback on how things are going. And that will be on how they're finding the methods, on what support they need, whether they want more guidance, whether they feel safe, if there's any kind of health and safety or logistic improvements we can make. And also, crucially, have a look at the data that they've actually collected for us and start thinking about what we might do next. And in 2024, we'll then make decisions about which methods to carry on, maybe which methods to stop, new methods to try, and how we're going to expand and reach new audiences next year. So very quick map with the stars showing the sites where we're currently monitoring, and these trials have been ongoing for a couple of months now, but it is still very early days, so we haven't got any data we can share sadly yet, but we're quite pleased with the spread. We've got a good spread of places where we're monitoring. And the methods we're using, we're collecting and sending off to the lab as the kind of gold standard, and then we're trialling a few new methods to compare with the lab analysis. So aquagenics kits, which hopefully will give us most probable number, but I know there's been a few issues and I've heard other partners say that there's been a few issues with those kits. So we'll wait and see what the results come out with. But the eDNA kits is something quite new in terms of looking for bacteria sources through eDNA, although the methods are quite well established just for understanding more about eDNA in rivers. So hopefully that will give us some interesting results. And I should say, if there's any technical questions around those methods, there are other people in the room much better placed than me to answer them, I'm very pleased to say. And then just more general reflection on the blockers and the risks and how we're managing these. It's certainly taken us time to develop the collaborative monitoring plan and get around the table consensus on how the partners will move forward with even just things like sharing data and locations where we're currently monitoring and what we're monitoring, let alone decide on methods and actually start the trials. It's been about a year of really just building the trust and the relationships within the partnership to allow us to do that. So we've managed our process and our targets internally. We haven't promoted too widely. We've done kind of one online event where we shared and did a webinar of what we were doing to launch CaSTCo, but we didn't do loads of promotional recruitment because, we didn't want lots of volunteers signing up and then being disappointed they couldn't get involved because we weren't ready for them yet. The logistics have proved quite complicated, so distributing kit, answering queries, keeping the volunteers informed and engaged, particularly during staff changes. So we've had one staff member go off on maternity and a new person coming in. So we're making sure we've got enough staff time allocated within our team and covering those gaps, so that we can replenish kit, review the process, streamline it as we expand, and crucially get that feedback from volunteers, I think. We have had a few issues with landowners and farmers being uncomfortable, purely about the fact that we're even doing citizen science within Severn Rivers Trust, even if it's somewhere completely unrelated to the locations where we're actually monitoring at the moment. So we've had to have some quite careful conversations with our operations team who are working with landowners, and then them kind of passing information on to those landowners and to those farmers about how we as a trust use citizen science methods and how we're expanding that, and being quite honest and open about that. And we've also already had volunteers, even though they've maybe only been out for a month gathering data, they're noticing trends already. They want immediate action. They want to know how they can get in touch with their council and demand for change. So really just trying to be clear on what the process will be, that this is really trialling the methods, and that the next steps and how data will be presented, shared and investigated further is quite a long timeline, which I think can be frustrating for them, but amazing to see how enthusiastic they are. And we really want to harness that enthusiasm. That's it.
Once.
Thanks, Simon. Excellent. I'm going to try sort of three ways in this. See how it goes.
Will there be music as well?
Yeah. There's a reason why I'm saying rather than beginning of this thing. Thanks. We're just going to give you a quick run through some of the Anglian stuff we're working on, and this is really focusing on trying to get this thing about embedding citizen science into catchment management. So how do we get to the point where it's seen as a partner in business as usual in catchment management? So we can give you an example. So we're over in the east, the lumpy bit sticking out in the North Sea over there. We've actually got effectively two demos and plus a demo plus. So I haven't landed that one, but we've got the large, which is this area here, focusing on flow gauging, so river flow monitoring, doing some work on water quality and land use impacts. And we've got the Wenston catchment where we're focusing on water quality and, thanks to my lovely assistant John, water quality and data validation. And we've got this demo plus focused on the impact of descriptive sewage treatment works, wetlands and data systems as well. So we're linking up with Annika and Matt and both package 6 there and trying out some stuff locally. And we're looking at partnerships as well. So on the Lark, we've got a collaborative, really good collaborative working engagement with the Environment Agency, looking at flows, Natural England looking at farm customer groups and land use. And on Wenston, we're working really closely with the Catchment partnership. So it's testing this idea about building a bridge between CaVA and CaSTCo. And that bridge has two-way traffic on it. So that's what we've got some examples to show you. This is about the only time I've taken an Environment Agency on-brand photograph in 24 years of trying when I was with an Environment Agency. So we're going to look at flow gauging, quickly on that. We're going to look at validating our data and how that fits into delivering collaborative monitoring plan outcomes. And we're going to look at citizen scientist survey 1, 2, 3 incident response. We'll give you some examples. So on the Lark partnership, looking at flow gauging, and as I say, they're looking at the River Linnet specifically as a test test sort of sub-catchment, if you like, doing flow gauging on the Ickworth estate, which is the National Trust property. They've installed level loggers there to record level data. Shortly been trialling some telemetry as well, so it's about getting citizen science into that higher tier, looking at sort of technology, and putting a second logger. So starting to look at river levels and flows on what is considered to be a perennial river, and how citizen science can contribute to that. So we're getting some good level data already, and that is suggesting that the perennial extent of the Linnet could be further up than was previously thought. And work is happening with the EA to assess and collaboratively assess the citizen science methods. So we're looking at can we use citizen science data to integrate with environment agency data to potentially improve the accuracy of water resources models. That's what we're trying to assess. Yeah, the level data is already showing that the water is present for the last 12 months, which is good stuff. These are early results, and there's a lot more work to do, but we're looking at trialing gauging with a global water flow probe and the basic sort of geopacks type of kit, doing sectional gauging across the channel, and yeah, we've got some good data out of that. The EA have been doing gauging with their Doppler kit, and the global water kit at the moment has produced some quite close results to that. Early days, but it's encouraging. So yeah, that's a little brief tour, but happy to answer questions later. And shuffle sideways.
Thanks, Steve. Right, so this is one of our citizen scientists gathering water for a water blitz, some of the equipment that we're using. And very early on, well, before the start of this, Steve did a feasibility study. At the very start of the project, I did a benefit analysis. Both of our pieces of work showed that what is really, really vital is that the robustness of our data must be validated. So luckily, we were able to join forces with a different project going on at Norfolk Rivers Trust, which gave us some funding, basically, to use the UEA, or University of East Anglia Labs, as well as collaborating with the Environment Agency. So we were able to get 75 citizen science samples and simultaneously take samples from the same bucket as the UEA labs, and at 12 points to do the same with the Environment Agency labs, to drill down into our citizen science data to work out how robust it is actually. And I'll hand it over to John to discuss that.
Thank you. Okay, everybody hear me all right? Excellent. So the first question I suppose is why we wanted to do the quality control. So essentially that comes down to the fact that we wanted to test how good the data from a group of real volunteers using a piece of kit that's available to a large number of real volunteers actually can be. And that's clear, and that can really prove the benefits of proper training, can really prove the benefits of using the best available kit, or at least the best available kit for what most volunteer groups might be able to afford. And we're also looking at the range of things we can do with the data, and what we can do with the data, of course, depends on the quality of the data. There's something you can do with almost any data, but the better the data, the more you can do with it. And everybody here, the EA, everybody here, we owe it to citizen scientists to do as much as we can with the data. And in order to do as much as we can with the data, we need to know how good it is. So just moving onto the slide itself, you can see that actually looking at the university and the EA data, it's pretty close. The means are pretty close. And as you'll see on the coming slides, we've got some pretty good correlations as well. So first off, looking at the citizen science data when compared with the University of East Anglia lab data, And this is early stage. There is still more to be done with the statistics here. However, the correlations do look good. And then onto the data comparing to our own data. Again, not as much data as perhaps we might ideally like here, but from what we've got, it does look pretty tidy, and that's pretty encouraging. And then just coming on to that side of things. So yeah, as I say, it's a small data set, but as a first look, it does look encouraging. And essentially, we're going to be moving on to see, first of all, to look at what we can do with what more work we can do with the statistics. We're going to be trying to get some more definitive results out of the ammonia, because we had a couple of issues with the ammonia, mostly with the fact that, and we should probably be very grateful for this, there isn't a lot of ammonia at a lot of sites in the Wensum, and that made it quite difficult for us to be confident as to how much alignment there was with the data, because all the data suggested that there wasn't a lot of ammonia, and at that point it's quite difficult to analyse correlations or indeed anything much else. But we'll also be exploring the implications of citizen science for SAGES modelling predictions within the EA. We might be able to look at whether or not this data would have produced. We won't be, I should say, we will not be classifying of this data at this stage. There's still, I think, a discussion to be had around the use of citizen science data for classification, but what we will be potentially doing is looking at what would have happened if we had, and how close that would have come to EA classifications. And then we'll also be looking to include this data in our weight of evidence. We'll be looking to see how this data can help support pollution reports, and Stephen O will be coming on to that further imminently. And there's more work to be, as I say, there's more work to be done in ammonia, and we'll also be looking to feed the result from this study into both the Environment Agency and the CaSTCo method audits. And with that, I'll pass the microphone back to Steve.
Thanks, John. So we're talking about how do we mesh or build bridges between CaSTCo and citizen science and wider catchment management. So we're working closely with the Wensum Catchment Partnership, and this sort of multicoloured infographic is an attempt to sort of set all that out, really. So CaSTCo sits within that central box, the collaborative monitoring plan, the volunteers, volunteer recruitment, and volunteer role retention and role development. And then it bridges into the Wensum Catchment Partnership and ultimately the health of the river and the interventions. And this is kind of how we're actually sort of testing this framework at the moment. And this is an example of doing that. So there is existing data. We're pulling that together. This is phosphate for the Wensum Catchment, pulled together from 22 years of data by the UEA, which is being discussed by the Catchment Partnership, and clearly it shows where the strongest issues are, but we need to drill into that. And the problem in so doing is that the Environment Agency monitoring site, I'm going to shuffle off briefly, is there. That's the only monitoring site on the River Cud, as an example. So it's very difficult to understand what's going on in that catchment based on one site, even if that site is done weekly. But what we've been able to do since March this year is kickstart 13 citizen science sites that are done weekly. So, you know, straight away, we're able to drill into that catchment and start understanding. And you can see already early doors, what the citizen scientists are producing data that fits very closely with that alignment. If I just switch back between the two, citizen science data is replicating that pattern, which is encouraging as a start. But then we start really drilling into it, and this is some examples from the data validation testing on the River Cud. The blue samples are citizen science, the orange samples are the University of East Anglia, and the grey sample is the Environment Agency monitoring site. The dark orange two at the bottom there are duplicate samples that went to the UEA lab. The site here, Stone Road, is just below the sewage treatment works, which is that fantastic multicoloured day glow green pond and round tank there. So that's the highest bars at the left-hand side of the graph, and as you move down the catchment to that validation site. So we've got 4 weeks of data, if I scroll through it quite quickly. And then in later June, through local knowledge and engaging local people as part of this sort of process, we were able to put in a new site. We weren't aware of this access, public access, but we were able to put a new site in 700 metres upstream from the Stone Road site, and start gauging what's happening in the entire catchment upstream at that point. That's sort of 5.8 kilometres of main river up to the source of the River Tun. And we've carried that on. So we're doing all these sites now weekly, and it tells a story really that on average, the mean of that 2 months worth of data, that the site, the Mouses Bridge site in red there, the mean is 0.06 milligrams per litre phosphate. And there's an additional, I think it's 0.96, but there's of milligrams coming in 700 metres of river. To put that into context, the upstream side, the mean phosphate is equivalent to 0.01 milligrams per kilometre of river. 700 metres further downstream, there's the equivalent of bypass some of the problems and ensure that there is, as Elle said, we've got this feedback loop. We're feeding back to our citizen scientists, and that's important for role volunteer retention. And it's also important for things like role development, and Michael was talking about some of that sort of stuff. So in time, citizen science ambassadors, empowered by being involved and seeing positive changes, can actually help us mentor new volunteers, new groups elsewhere, and be part of that sort of story moving forward. But also it's about helping the Environment Agency and ensuring that those sort of smaller incidents aren't lost in the system. There's a bit of a cloud there. I haven't quite sort of, it's supposed to be a cloud. What happened there? But anyway, but with these Category 4 and Category 3 incidents, they're unlikely to be acted on because the agency don't have the resources with the best one in the world. But we still need to make sure that that death by 1,000 cuts is understood and is on the radar. And example being things like septic tanks or agricultural runoff and that sort of thing. So again, this is a way of testing how we can ensure that that information and that evidence is captured and reported both through CaSTCo, so we can keep our volunteers up to speed, feeds into the collaborative monitoring plan, and also feeds into the Catchment partnership and the sort of strategic work with agricultural advice community across the catchment, with the water industry investment programme, and things like nutrient neutrality. And we were having a discussion earlier about funding. And one of those keys is how can we engage partners around river catchments to contribute to citizen science and actually sustain and embed it moving forward. And things like nutrient neutrality might provide that. And we'll just finish off with a quick example of that in action. So we've got this long-term data set now on the Upper Wensum. One of our citizen scientists has been recording really high phosphate levels linked to what we think were septic tanks and package plants. That was reported in as an incident as a first test of this sort of process, and Elle did the business with the numbers and everything. The EA actually, it's a Cat 3, I think it was, but the EA did some phone calls and letters and reached out to a couple of landowners up there, had some very constructive conversations. Septic tanks were emptied, package treatment plant serviced. A positive agreement was entered into, and what a bit early days, but what we're hoping to do, and when Sarah, our data development volunteer, has done some playing around with, constructing data visualization, we're hoping we'll be able to see a sort of time series animation of those big red dots going pink and then yellow and smaller. And our citizen scientists up there, instead of looking at a bright blue vial out of a Hannah we'll be looking at a clear vial because there's not a lot of phosphate left. So, we're hoping to be able to sort of complete that whole loop and provide an example of citizen science actually doing monitoring, but delivering some positive environmental change. We obviously would want to share that and with everybody. But yeah, all good stuff, and hats off to Elle, John, and all our citizen scientists who, most of whom have been going weekly since July last year, and they're still going, so can't stop them.
Great.
There you go. Thanks, folks.
Okay, thanks everyone for getting up and out and back nice and quickly, and hello again to online people. So a couple more talks now again on the demos. First up, we've got Kirsten, Aaron and Rother, and then it'll be Philly from the Thames demo.
use either the arrows or the clicker. So I'm water officer for the Arun and Rother Rivers Trust. And I'm going to be talking to you today about the Arun demo, kind of an overview of some of our projects and the way we've been dealing with CaSTCo. So first of all, where are we? We're based down in the south of the UK, on the south coast, and we're one of the smaller rivers trusts, both kind of geographically and also just in terms of people. Just kind of a quick overview of our demo. So we've got the River Arun, which runs from the top to the bottom. Then we've got the River Western Rother running across the catchment, and that's the only river that runs entirely in the South Downs National Park. And we are a very agricultural catchment, so 66% of the catchment is in agricultural land. And so for the demo, we're a demo and a demo plus. So for the Arun and Rother Rivers Trust project, we've got the water quality and soil health aspects of the project. And we are working closely in collaboration with Southern Water and the Environment Agency. And as part of the project, we've also been able to bring on external partners. So we've involved the Countryside and Community Research Institute, the CCRI, also a local agronomist. One of the great things about working with the CCRI is they have all sorts of expertise in citizen science and engaging people within kind of collaboration and co-design. So we've been working really heavily to co-create and co-design all aspects of our citizen science projects. The CCRI done some research, and I think only about 4% of all citizen science is truly collaborative. So that's something we really, really want our demo to be. So a bit about the water quality in our demo. I think it's a similar story to most of the areas across the UK. We've only one of our 41 water bodies are in good ecological status. And within our demo, this from the wastewater, we have, I think about 60% of that comes from private kind of sewage treatment plants, and then from rural, a large amount of water bodies are being affected by the pollution that is coming from agriculture. So we have been working on developing a water quality monitoring scheme within our catchment. Before we started on this project, there was kind of a variety of water quality monitoring going on, but none of it was, there was no kind of standardization. It was lots of small little groups, kind of like angling groups or kind of, friends of local rivers doing kind of tiny bits of water quality monitoring, but none of it was catchment wide. They were often generating insignificant data. The data was non-accessible. It was all being done kind of in different ways. So there was no standardization. So the aim of our water quality monitoring project as part of CaSTCo is to establish kind of consistency by collaborating with the existing groups and being able to provide kind of a way for standardization within these groups. And so far, we have been able to recruit quite a few volunteers. At the start of the project, in fact, only about 3 months ago, we had 0 volunteers, and now we have about 40 volunteers signed up to our CaSTCo project, and I think we have about 80 people on the list. So there's been a massive amount of interest in water quality, which has been really amazing. It's a great success for us. And so we have a water quality test kit, which is very similar to the water quality testing that's going on in the rest of the UK. So we're looking at turbidity, nitrates, phosphates, total dissolved solids, and temperature. And in about 5 months, we aim to really roll out and properly begin the data collection within the catchment. As part of the really trying to kind of co-design and co-create these projects, we've been running volunteer workshops. So these are a couple of images from the volunteer workshop that we ran about 2 weeks ago. So we're kind of bringing in volunteers as a partner, kind of engaging them,
heavily in the design of the project and even kind of trying to figure out a name for this project with the volunteers. And so this is kind of really trying to generate open discussions. And most of this work, the water quality side of things, has been done by my colleague here. So if you have any questions about the kind of water quality side of things, I've included his contact details at the end. So then onto the soil health side of things, which is more my side of things, really. Kind of soil, so important. Everything, I think about 98% of the calories humans consume come from kind of plants grown on the soil. And they're kind of a hidden aspect, and I don't feel like soils are fully appreciated. Within our catchment, the River Rother Valley has the most erodible soils in the UK, and this is due to the underlying geology and the topography. We've got very sandy soils, and we've got a lot of agricultural land on slopes that go straight into the rivers. And then kind of when it rains, the rainfall washes off the soil and washes off all the nutrients into the rivers. And I think you can see here on these pictures I took, after a kind of a day of heavy rain, there's like a road and it's just been completely covered in soil. You can barely even tell that there's concrete under there. So there's agricultural land on one side of the road and the river on the other side. So you can see that the water's just getting straight off into the water. And this is really bad for the rivers. It can cause eutrophication, sedimentation, and all sorts of issues. And it's also really bad for the farmland. They don't want to be losing their soil, and they don't really want to be losing their nutrients either. So kind of soil health. So improving soils really does go hand in hand with improving soil, with improving water health. So we are aiming to set up some soil monitoring within the catchment. And there are currently no soil system science monitoring projects in the catchment. And I think in general in the UK, monitoring soils via citizen science is a lot less frequent. And I think part of this is due to the fact that you can't just go onto someone's land and dig a hole. You really do need the landowner's permission. And there are so many different methods for looking at soil quality. There are loads of different variables that can tell you information about the soil, and there's very little standardization between them. There are, I don't know, you'd be amazed at how many different ways there are to count earthworms. And so this there are quite a few barriers in a way to monitoring soil health within the catchment, but it's also a really important thing to do. So for the soils project, we are aiming to co-create a citizen science monitoring scheme with farmers within the catchment. And there's a great opportunity for farmers to be involved in creating better soils, improving water quality. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be running some co-creation workshops with the farmers where we will talk about what monitoring they would like to do, what issues they have with their soils, and how we can kind of work together to improve them. And this will kind of be done with the help of the CCRI, who will be facilitating these workshops to truly create a collaborative monitoring scheme. And simultaneously to the citizen science monitoring, we will also be doing some higher tier monitoring data. So this means that we will have a local agronomist going out and collecting some soil data. And this means that we can really compare the citizen science methods that we're using to the data that is being collected and kind of tested in a lab, allowing us to check which methods, to kind of quality assure the methods. And then we'll also be able to feed these tests back and see which ones we want to use. We'll also be integrating it with the feedback we receive on farmers based on how easy it is to use these tests. And then kind of we'll be able to see which tests we want to continue using in the future and which ones we might want to change. We've also been doing a soils method audit, so looking at each of the different things you can measure in soil and trying to compare the different methods. We found some methods that were already in use and also lots of potential new methods, which could be really interesting to explore and really interesting to test out with our farmers. So the next steps for our project will be assigning a name and a pitch for the soils project. We will begin farmer recruitment very, very soon. And we'll begin running the workshops For the water project, we've got another workshop planned, and we will be running training. And then the data system will go live, and we will begin collecting data. So overall, kind of what CaSTCo project has provided a great opportunity for changing the way we've been working. We've been able to hire 2 new people because of CaSTCo, and it's also really helped us work very collaboratively with our project partners, and then also work really collaboratively within the demo. And so thank you for listening.
Okay, so last but not least is Philly from Thames Light.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, I'm Philly. I hope you can hear me at the back. So I work for Thames 21. I am an evidence officer. So we have the evidence team at Thames 21, which Natalie Gilbert is the evidence manager. She is also here, but she just had to pop out for a call. But if you have any, she also works on work package 6, the training one, 4, sorry. So yeah, she's also kind of working, leading the training aspect of CaSTCo. So I work in the, me and Natalie work in the London demo or the Thames demo. So we're working on the, we're working on the Brent and Lee catchments and their tributaries to the Thames. So I'll just go through our specific objectives at Thames 21 for this CaSTCo project, how we're working with citizen scientists to meet our objectives, some of our results and findings so far, and the next steps. So this is, somebody else used this screenshot as well. This is from the CaSTCo on SharePoint. So we're 0.6, the Brent and Lee catchments. We were first looking at the Salmons Brook, which is in the Lee catchment, and the Dollis Brook, which is in the Brent catchment, but we've had match funding as well from the EA. So we're able to now look at the whole catchment for both the Brent and the Lee catchments. And that's in the Thames Basin, and we've got Thames Water as our water company. So we've got a few different objectives, but one of the main ones is, can we identify areas of good water quality? Can we identify pollution hotspots? And then how can we see where the gaps are in the existing data? And how can we do this with citizen science? So there's a lot of citizen science data out there, as we've been hearing all today. But how do we integrate that with the other existing data sets, which also we've been hearing about? So Thames Water's data, the EA data, CABA data as well. Another objective is, so once we've found these pollution hotspots, how do we, can we collaboratively develop a new systematic approach to monitor and understand water quality issues and the factors responsible for them? So the water quality issues, what are driving these? Is it mainly sewage pollution? So for instance, this lovely picture is in the Lee catchment, and you can see there's a lot of sewage fungus and rag, or the water quality issues coming from agricultural runoff, which we do also have in the upper bits of our catchments that we're working on. And then the other issues that we have a lot in London is road runoff, of course. And then the factors responsible for them. So can we look at, can we identify what is driving those issues, environmental trends, land use type, population density, but also can we look at the drainage pipes? So we've got separate drainage systems. So we've got the sewage system and then the surface water system. But how are those pipes integrating in our 2 catchments? What types are used? Because there are sometimes different types. How old are they? And yeah, how can we develop a new systematic approach so that makes it much more logical and in a like kind of catchment strategic way? Because at the moment, for instance, if there's a sewage pollution issue, Thames Water will get alerted to this. They open up, it creates a project on their in their SWAT team. So that's a surface water outfall program team. They then will try and fix it with the local authorities by, for instance, if it's a misconnection, so the sewage pipe is going to surface water and that sewage pipe is coming from a property, can they identify that property and then get the landowner to rectify the issue? So it's kind of done on a very wherever the issues come up. So it's quite sporadic. So we want to see if we can develop a catchment-based approach, which fits in with this. So this is back to the first one of the first objective. How can we identify areas of good water quality, pollution hotspots, and then gaps in the existing data? So we're doing this by following the CaSTCo community monitoring process. So you start, you know, we've been hearing all about this today, collecting that consistent data, and that's where citizen science comes in. For instance, you can see one of our amazing volunteers carrying out riverfly monitoring. We've also got HANA checkers, and how does that integrate with existing data that's also being collected consistently by the EA, Thames Water, and other sources. That then builds a robust, or how can we encourage that to be a robust evidence base? So yeah, as some of the other people are saying, we need to validate that citizen science data. So that's something we're also working on. Then we need to share all of that knowledge. And we've been doing that through creating water quality working groups around pollution hotspot areas. So we've got a couple in the Lee catchment, a couple in the Brent catchment at the moment. And we have the key stakeholders. So we've got the EA, Thames Water, local councils, the key citizen scientists as well, and then Thames 21, so we're there as well. We give updates, we have meetings probably every, it depends on the group and what the group would like, but for instance, one group meets every month. We share what we've been working on, each partner gives updates. Then that can lead to coordinated, or then we coordinate targeted actions. That's me. It looked quite polluted, but it was a great day. Actually being in the river, getting out, putting a sond in, to then give us more data that's collected more frequently. So you can see that graph. We can then kind of get to see what the problem is, what's the source of the issues. Then we evaluate all of that, and it can then lead to further input into the cycle. So the first two bits in that circle are really where citizen science comes in for us. So how have we been engaging citizen scientists? We've been doing a lot with catchment partnerships. So I think that's what the others were saying in the Anglian demo. Catchment partnerships have been really important for us to establish water quality working groups, because you've already got amazing community involvement in our catchment partnerships. So we then use this to establish water quality working groups. We've also found, though, that to attract people who didn't even know about catchment partnerships, that having events like the top right photo, like that's a water blitz, but you can see we're also doing at the same time taking a sample to send to the lab. We had HANA checkers as well. So water blitzes, we would advertise through social media channels, put posters up in parks, and that attracts people who didn't even know about catchment partnerships, but who really want to get involved and help improve their local rivers. And then, so through all those activities, we've then established these water quality working groups, and we've done a lot of training. So Josh Hammond, who used to be in this role, I've taken the role on in the last couple of months, but Josh was incredible. He ran a lot of training sessions. So the bottom left, you can see he was doing urban riverfly. And then bottom right was one of his HANA checker training sessions to just make sure that we are training volunteers properly, trying to get as robust evidence as we can and robust data. But we've also had help, of course, from some partners. So like ZSL have trained the volunteers in the outfall safari methodology, which has also been key to us identifying those pollution hotspots. So some of our findings so far, this is a screenshot from the water blitz that Josh ran in the spring of this year. So it was across the Lee and the Brent catchments. So this is actually showing, yeah, the Brent is to the left and then the Lee is more to the right. So This is also just showing dissolved phosphate. We also measured ammonia during the water blitz. But yeah, this is just phosphate. There's a link, we've got a story map as well, where you can click on the points and see a bit more about the actual data. So as you can see, yeah, it's color coded. So red is bad according to the Water Framework Directive in the thresholds. And there's a lot of red. So we found that there's a pervasive problem, widespread problem across these catchments in terms of high dissolved phosphate concentrations. And then coupled with ammonia, we've also looked at the ammonia concentrations. That we're finding that the smaller tributaries of where the high pollution hotspots, the pollution hotspots are. So that's where this high pollution load is coming from, and we need to do further work on these tributaries. Which leads into that second objective of developing a new systematic approach to monitor and understand the water quality issues and the factors responsible for them. So as I was saying, we've created these regular water quality working group meetings, and a lot of these are around those smaller tributaries that I was saying that we've identified where the pollution hotspots are. Updates given by the partners. So we have representatives from Thames Water SWAT team, EA, local councils, Thames 21 as the CaSTCo representative or project officers, and then the citizen scientists who are also collecting the data. And then this graph is on another slide, but we just were able to then, during these meetings, see that likely the source of that particular sewage event that's highlighted in the middle was due to misconnections, because you have that characteristic morning peak and evening peak. So then the next steps collectively agreed, for instance, the EA might be able to put a sonde in, or we might have a sonde spare to put in to gather that more regular data. So our next steps, at the moment, I think it's quite good time so Josh has, as you can see, done a lot of work. There's a lot of data that needs to be, has done a lot of analysis, but it's quite good for me coming in new. I need to sit down and look through all the work we've done, review it, analyze it again, make sure it's up to date, because we're still also getting a lot of new citizen science data coming in. Establish this draft systematic approach. So yeah, what would it look like? I think the bottom kind of shows a bit of what we're thinking for our area. Is maybe having a water blitz once or twice a year, coupled with the riverfly monitoring that you've got set locations around the catchment, and that gives you the long-term trends. But riverfly is only once a month. Then you've also got HANA checker data, and that's taken around problematic surface water outfalls around once or twice a week. And then how does that then lead to putting in higher tech equipment, so like sondes, multi-parameter sondes that can take readings every 15 minutes or every hour? What's the threshold? How do we combine all that data as well with the EA data in terms of waters data to provide this approach to then put something more high tech in? So it's a bit, yeah, we're still having discussions around that, and linked to that is what could a HANA checker threshold be? But also talking to Anglian demo about how we need to validate the HANA checker data as well. Integrating with Thames Water's online pollution reporting tool, and then creating some sort of platform, even though it's already been looking at in the CaSTCo project, but how do we fill the gap in the meantime to give back to our volunteers? So thank you.
Thank you very much, and if I can invite our previous speakers from that session back up to the front. So that's Marwa. I think we'll have Steve just one from the angle, if that's right, Kirsten and Alice.
Yeah.
I'll bring you the mic.
No, let Steve, Kirsten first. They won't be able to.
Okay, So we're over to Slido now. So it's not too late to get questions in and upvote any that you like the look of that are already there. So a couple top the list for the Tamar demo. We can take those in a one really. So tell us a bit about the monitoring plan, how you guide volunteers to collect data to develop that model and calibrate it. And then what sort of data are they going to collect that will be helping identify priority areas for modeling, in particular, the nature-based solutions? I think that's a question that a lot of people will have is what data do we need to best target those?
Okay. First of all, to identify which catchment is suitable for our project, we are monitoring the level of the water in the sewer network. So it is very important for us to know when there are spills in the network, especially after rainfall events. So we are very much interested to collect data related to the spills that happens to after rainfall events, because we are mostly focusing on storm or surface water. So this is the sort of data we need. We need to know the locations where we will have overflow after storm events or surface water spills that can happen. That's fine.
Thank you. Then the next question on the list is, are there any specific actions within CaSTCo and the demos that are aiming to improve accessibility and diversity of citizen science engagement? So if we can take those, maybe start with Philly and move along the 5 demos we have represented here.
Thank you. That's very key for our Thames 21 5-year plan as well. So we're working in that at the moment, but we don't have a plan at the moment, but I'm sure Thames 21 do, but I'm not sure exactly how it fits in with the CaSTCo project because I'm new. So sorry for that not very good answer.
Break the rules.
Yes, I'm currently working with Norfolk Rivers Trust, who are working on other projects in the field of accessibility and what was the other word? They keep
Diversity.
moving. Diversity, thank you. So I'm trying to set up movable table. I'm trying to set up specific points that are going to be available for use through specific projects. I can't say exactly, but I've highlighted particular areas where, for example, a wheelchair can get there, and we're able to get a sample. So, and then working with groups through school with people with learning disabilities and using a whole team of people to cover one spot. So there's always somebody to cover. And then also possibly looking at a different charity who's working with people with drug and alcohol addiction, and again, having a site that is specific for them to work with. So it's something that I'm starting to write up and work with Norfolk Rivers Trust on that.
So we have, there's a project that we might be starting in the future that would involve getting kind of a more diverse range of participants into both projects. I think for the water quality monitoring, one of the next steps for expansion is involving a wider range of people in it. At the moment, we've just been contacting people who have previously expressed interest in monitoring water quality or have already done some water quality monitoring. And then next steps will be involving kind of wider communities in that. And I think similarly with the soils project, we're going to start off with a really small group of about 5 farmers whilst we're working on kind of the co-design and co-creation project. But we're really hoping that as that project expands, we'll be able to involve potentially schools and community groups. So these are kind of areas for expansion that we're really hoping to get into the future.
So in the future, we have 2 directions for expansion for our project. The first direction is that we can expand our project to different catchments. So we can apply to more than one catchment in the UK, and then we can check what is the potential of nature-based solution applications in more than one area, more than one location. The second direction is in the future, now we are focusing on the quantity, in reducing the quantity of the water in the sewer networks, but also in the future, we can check the impact of applying or developing nature-based solution on the water quality itself. Currently, we are not checking the water quality, but it can be one of our future expansion. Thank you.
So for the River team demo, I think the volunteers that we've got, 15 or so volunteers we've got already, it's fair to say, are already quite active and highly engaged. And we wanted to use them as our kind of trial volunteers to get the methods right and get the kit right and establish a process which we think we can roll out more widely. So the next step really is to then look at improving the diversity of volunteers that we've got, with a particular emphasis on getting more young people involved. I think for skills and training opportunities, we're looking at a student placement opportunity, which will bring in more young people as volunteers. And then long term, I'd really like to develop an opportunity to trial some methods in the Stour catchment, in a much more urban catchment, as a counterpoint, as a comparison to the very rural catchment that we're delivering for CaSTCo. Will the same approaches work for very different communities and different rivers which face different pressures? So it's another woolly answer, sorry, but it's kind of a part of our long-term planning.
Thank you. I would just add to that as well that I know, although they're not here today, represented Mersey demo are specifically looking at volunteer recruitment and retention, which addresses some of those issues around definitely accessibility and retaining volunteers and diversity. And also to tackle the second question there, which is a similar sort of area, I would just also say that when we're looking at the methods that are audited, if you like, by CaSTCo, that's one of the key approaches is really to make use of simple methods where they work. When we're resisting that kind of pull towards increasing complexity, because just for complexity's sake, we know it puts people off. So making the most and really understanding the quality of data that can be obtained from sort of simple and accessible methods. So I'll tick that one off if that's okay, Jenny. So I'm going to quickly go to a question from Lucy around Survey 123 and sharing data. So it's useful for partnerships with access to ArcGIS Online, but are any of the groups using Survey 123, are you sharing that data then with the volunteer recorders and wider public?
Short answer to that is yes, and sort of a growing yes. So part of the evolution of the Anglican Survey 123 is building a data dashboard, which will enable our citizen scientists to see their data effectively live. And we're looking at ways of working with Catchment Partnership to share that data more widely. And the concept, for example, things like nutrient neutrality is sharing that data and encouraging people. We've got the concept of water guardians, so people who are enthused and they want to get out there and help protect their rivers, that sort of compassion that Michael was talking about earlier. That also could apply to people that perhaps haven't got the time or the energy to do that, but they too can be water guardians if it's something like recognising the impact perhaps their household can have on a river through their septic tank, and actually, fostering opportunities to work with them to sort of maintain their systems and improve them. Whether that can be in time in the future incorporated into nutrient credits and a programme of septic tank replacement that they can actually be part of, that would be sort of really positive. So again, people that aren't actively involved in citizen science can actually play a part in making those red ones turn into green ones. So yeah.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to take that one, or we can move on? I'm quite happy. Okay, then another question on top of the list is about the required level of GIS, really in terms of turning citizen science data into understanding for action. So it kind of touches on the barriers stuff earlier on. How much of a barrier or opportunity, if you like, is that kind of spatial understanding of data? How important is that, and how might we use GIS to get people access to that data in a spatial sense?
You want to go first before? Oh, just while I've got the mic. It is important, obviously visualising data is important. Different audiences It's not just sort of catchment partners and statutory bodies that need to see and understand what's going on in the river, but like I've spoken about before, it's getting the public and that sort of wider audience engaged in their river. So it is a core skill, and I think in the Lark they've got, for example, GIS volunteers that are working on GIS visualization, and they're also part of that Work Package 6 programme as well. So they're contributing to Work Package 6, which is really exciting. And that again, I think is part, we talked about funding earlier and trying to sustain citizen science, and I think how we make GIS and data systems work long term is utterly critical to the piece. So how we work through that sort of the different systems, the licenses and the funding that are required, and actually get people trained and engaged to manage these systems on a sort of sustainable, permanent basis is something that, if we can come up with an answer to that from CaSTCo, we'll be doing well, I think.
Again, as a bit of an addition, I know that the CaSTCo, which is one of the data platforms used by West Country on their CSI scheme, it includes a level of GIS as such, but a spatial kind of visualization of data. So volunteers, when they log in their data, they see it in spatial context and kind of query that data in a kind of time way, interacting spatially. Okay, cool. I think if I may, I'm going to pick, there was a question that caught my eye earlier on. We've got 5 minutes left, so maybe the one that's third on the list there. What is the best impact from citizen science that we're aware of that leads to better outcomes and delivery? I think it's a nice one for us all to spend 30 seconds or so expanding on before we move on to the final wrap up. Any takers?
Well-being of those involved.
Yeah, I think the best impact, frankly, will be people engaged in citizen science, seeing an outcome, and I can't think of another phrase that's squaring the circle, but closing the loop from engaging people putting their heads in the air and saying, I want to do something, people picking up the quality technique, people going in, week out, seeing their result, getting involved in waiting for that countdown timer to go on their hand checker and doing that weekend, but actually then being engaged. People talking, you were talking about having, and you as well, talking about getting volunteers engaged in the whole process of catchment management, decision making, and then the best outcome would for them to see for themselves, to see that vial of blue, what was the blue vial going clear, and they can sort of take ownership of that, and that, I think that's something quite special. So I think that's, for me, that's where we're at. Any takers?
Summed it up.
I think one of the really great things from citizen science is the kind of, as well as being able to collect data, it's kind of empowering people to collect data from kind of a soil aspect side of things. If farmers are able to go out and collect their own data on their farms whenever they want to, it's a lot easier than kind of say having to hire somebody to come in and take your soil samples off to a lab, and you might have to wait a little while to get your results back, and it might be costly, so you wouldn't want to do it very frequently. Whereas if you have kind of your own test kit, you could, I don't know, maybe it's been frosty and you want to see the effect that that's had on your soils, you can kind of go out the next day and do a kind of quick little soil test and immediately kind of see some results. And I think also the kind of engagement and education side of things is really important. Again, when you kind of hire somebody to look at your soils and they send you a report back and it's just kind of a list of kind of names of tests and the numbers, and maybe it tells you whether it's in like the green, red or orange. It doesn't necessarily tell you exactly what those variables mean and the ways that you could improve them to help with water quality. And so I think the kind of really being able to engage with people and empower them and help provide kind of knowledge so that people can make pro-environmental behavioural changes in the long run.
Thank you. Okay.
Maybe I believe that since we are all living together, it's very important to empower the community and to make them feel that they are engaged in decision making, and also to share the knowledge together which is valuable for us as researchers and stakeholders and the community. So it is satisfaction for all of us sharing knowledge and feeling how every action has value. This is my point of view. Thank you.
I think just reflecting on some other citizen science activities that we've done at Seven Rivers Trust, so fish monitoring and plastic pollution monitoring. I think it can bring on board people who don't necessarily think of themselves as scientists and perhaps don't think of themselves as citizens actually, and just get them involved in river restoration. It's a huge, so I think maybe citizen science is a bit alienating as language, but people, if they don't think it's science and they're just coming along to get involved in taking care of their rivers, really can be wonderfully empowered as a result.
Thank you. And again, I'll just add to that, the CaSTCo project is we're very interested in kind of getting ways of measuring the positive impact from citizen science. So that's an ongoing work stream, if you like, that we're looking at the CaSTCo as part of the national framework. So and we know we're working with lots of people who are outside the CaSTCo project who also have fantastic examples of positive environmental impact. So we'll be working on that as we go. Okay, well, that brings us to the end of the Q&A. I think we're about bang on 4:30. So if I can pass over to Bill for some closing remarks and a round of applause for our...
Okay, oops. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I've been given the task of summing up. Just to say, please could you, if you have opportunity to add your comments, what will you take away from today? So this will be live as we're going through this last session. So I won't be looking at that because I'll probably get distracted. I just wanted to start off by saying the thank yous, because I don't want to miss anyone out at this stage. And I will actually then come on to a summary of how I think the day's gone and what I've learned from today. So there's a very big thanks to Birmingham City University, to Laura and Mark and the School of Engineering for hosting us. Fabulous venue, lovely place. And next, thank you to all the speakers for all of your input, hard time in putting presentations together. All the participants, yourselves here in the room and all of the online people. Providers of chocolates, also a very good lesson in how to encourage positively people to finish on time. No bell ringing, but just 2 chocolates instead of 1. I think it's been a fabulously positive day in many ways. Gwen and Becca have done an amazing job of putting together the programme and all the background work that's gone on in getting us here today. So thanks to them. And a very big thank you to the RT Tech team, Paul, Simon, Annika, and all the others that may be on here. To Michelle and Dave, who've been planning this since the summer, and lots of hard work has gone into that. And to all the chairs as well who've gone through that. I think for me, from the beginning of the day, with Michelle and Dave giving the background to see Doug and Cabba 6 years ago at a place not far from here, it's the CDUG meetings has started. And we've moved a long way from then. But I think there's some things that come out of today which we'll talk about as I go through this. Cabba obviously 10 years old and a celebration of that. I think there's sort of also the messages that came through from Mark and Laura about engineering, the soft skills, thinking outside the box often, crossing across disciplines has been fantastic. We had a series of talks this morning from Natural England about NCEA, from DEFRA about data, stream and what's happening with data there. So a lot of focus on data. And Matt also gave a talk on joining up data, so that was really interesting. Kat then told us how hard it was to work together, and I think probably that's the message that we all know, and we need to keep on reminding us ourselves. And it isn't going to be easy. We're going to make lots of mistakes, and I think some of today has shown us that, yeah, there's things that we need to get better at, and we need to possibly work harder at it. So a call to arms, I think, is right. I'm trying not to get distracted by this. I think the question and answer this session this morning, which I thought was really interesting, the questions were mostly about the data. They weren't about the citizen science and what we're doing on the ground. So yes, data is important, but the activities, which we then saw just in that recent discussion, which was following all of those fabulous talks by the demos on the updates, is about actually collecting that data, the people who are involved, what they're doing, how they're doing it, how you're encouraging them to do it, is really, really key for me. And yes, they have to feel that their data is important and it's being used, and we have to manage their expectations. It's absolutely critical. I mean, as I've said, you know, we had some fabulous lightning talks that covered everything from identifying plastic to wetlands, 100,000 hectares of wetlands, community engagement modelling, fantastic examples of real-time modelling through CaSTCo. You know, a fantastic day. I was on holiday until yesterday lunchtime, had a very quick turnaround, got here late yesterday, and I thought I'd probably be asleep by the middle of the afternoon, but I haven't. It's been absolutely fantastic. So thank you to all of you for that. I think we've also had the updates on CaSTCo and where it's going, the national updates on where things are at. It is been involved with it for a year now, and it is an incredible beast, which we are trying to harness and get moving. And I think that's really important that we forget, you know, just how much that hard work that takes, as Kat said. And the demos, you know, suddenly everything's happening. You're collecting data, you're engaging with them all, and such like. So, but some of the key things for me was, from all of the talks, there's lots of examples of where we're doing things which are complementary, whether it's collecting data, providing, you know, libraries, guides, citizen science guides, method audits. And so there seems to me to be quite a bit of parallel evolution going on there. And I think what we need to do is to join it up, because I'm sure, as we've said, we've got limited funding, we've got limited resources, it's hard work, it takes lots of time to build partnerships and co-develop things. And so I was sort of slightly frustrated at lunchtime, and I thought, no, I'm not going to be frustrated, I'm going to be positive like Kat. And I'm excited because I think this is the beginning of the next stage of CDUG and CaSTCo. I think it's us all working together, and there's a real opportunity that NCEA, both Natural England and the agency's method audits and all of those processes, all of the data platforms that have talked today, all of the different things that the demos are doing, and we're sharing best practice, what works, and probably more importantly, what doesn't work. And we need to do that. And I think going into the future, the project formerly known as CaSTCo should be called AI, not artificial intelligence, automated industry. And with that, sorry, I do think it's the beginning of a new movement. So without anything, I mean, Mark said it as well with his students at the end of the 12 weeks, they could all say, we made this. And I think that's what we're doing here. We're making something new. Not quite in the same way as an engineer does, but we are. And I think one observation that Simon made is one thing that hasn't been going on for the last few years is CDUG regular meetings, which Michelle and the agency used to run quarterly, which brought all together the agency, Natural England, all partners that wanted to be involved. And I think if we'd probably carried on doing that, and that's not to say there's any fault anywhere there, we may not have had that parallel evolution, but we might have had, you know, the co-design, co-working together. So thank you, Simon, for pointing that out. And I think without anything else, I'm going to hand over to Michelle because she's had some thoughts on this already, as she always has. Thank you anyway.
Yeah, just to say, at the end of every forum we've had for the last 6 years, we take away the thinking and the slides and the discussions, we turn it into a catch-based approach website. So you can see ones from previous years, and we will try something for today. Because I think, you know, it's a great community conference. We've seen the comments about the importance of the interactions and the networking and the inspiration. But if your memory is anything like mine, you may forget it all in weeks' time. Might even not last 5 minutes if you like. We'll try and capture some of this. But the thing that we really want to do is reinvigorate catchment data use group again. So the Environment Agency used to go here with this, they kept away from it. So it was kind of left in our lap to keep it going. And with CaSTCo spinning up, we didn't have the time to be doing 20 things at once, but we are going to pick it up again in the new year. And what I'm appealing for is other organisations and others to come forward and help us with that, because it can't all be down to one organisation or one individual. And it's things like helping us put an agenda together for a meeting, taking turns at chairing, you know, putting some enthusiasm and energy into building these really valuable networks. And, you know, where you've already got a network going, let's see if we can join them together with, you know, more of this kind of stuff. So come and talk to us afterwards if you'd like to do that. And now I'm going to hand over to Becca for the most important thing of the day, which is
Thanks, Michelle. I will get to the pub, I promise. I just have a few other short points I want to make first. To start with, I just want to say make a personal shout out to the online audience who have persisted. Yeah, they've persisted with some very frustrating technical issues today. So I'm grateful for their patience and perseverance. Secondly, there is